morning and welcome to the City of Oklahoma City City Council. We're getting started this morning with the invocation from Pastor Randall Faulkner with the Metropolitan Baptist Church. And after the invocation, I would ask Councilman Gary Mars to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand?
Let us pray. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above and comes down from the Father. We thank you, Father, for this beautiful day in your creation. We thank you for the gift of life, for health, the privilege of being here in this room. We thank you for the many blessings that you have given to our city. We see the evidence all around us, and we thank you for the blessing of prosperity, growth, new construction. We believe that it is God in heaven who gives the ability to prosper and acquire wealth, and we acknowledge you in these things. We thank you for the development of the river and the possibility of hosting the regatta this weekend. We pray that that will be a successful event. We thank you for a city that has so many creative and talented people. We pray that you would bless the Oklahoma City schools. We pray that you will be with Superintendent Springer, the many teachers, the thousands of students in our schools. We ask you to bless this council and our mayor and our vice mayor and our city manager. Bless all of our policemen and firefighters, all the city employees and the work that they do to serve our community. Encourage them, Lord. We pray your blessings on those who serve the poor and the disadvantaged in our community. We thank you for their sacrificial labors to help those who are needy. May all of us today trust in you with all of our hearts, acknowledge you in all of our ways, because it is only in trusting in you that we can be sure that our paths will be made straight. Grant wisdom, grace, and guidance for this day. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we have three proclamations. The first one is the Disability Awareness Month. Ms. Pam Henry, the Mayor's Committee on Disability Awareness, and I believe there's a delegation from your organization that's here. Would you please come forward, and the clerk will read the proclamation.
Whereas the month of October 2011 is designated in the United States as National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and whereas 2011 is the 21st anniversary of the enactment of the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, the landmark legislation which set the standard as the most comprehensive civil rights law for people with disabilities. The City of Oklahoma City is implementing an ADA transition plan and maps projects making facilities and transit accessible. And the city's ADA coordinator and staff work daily to assure that city programs and facilities are accessible to all. Whereas Oklahoma City needs the knowledge, skill, talent, and productivity of our citizens with disabilities to help energize our economy, and Oklahoma City's people with disabilities deserve the opportunity to work and have full lives. Whereas this year's theme for the Mayor's Committee on Disability Concerns is OKC Barrier Free 2011. Whereas on October 26, 2011, the Mayor's Committee on Disability Concerns is providing a special seminar on ADA accessibility in Oklahoma City and is also holding its 21st annual awards luncheon to honor outstanding people with disabilities and persons and entities that support their well-being. and area student artists have created posters and billboards raising awareness of progress for people with disabilities. Now therefore, Mick Cornett, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October as Disability Awareness Month, and Wednesday, October 26th, as Special Disability Awareness Day in Oklahoma City, and he urges observance by all citizens as a reminder that people with disabilities can learn, work, pay taxes, buy goods and services, and be self-supporting if given the opportunity.
Such a great organization, that's all we get.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you're all doing, the dedicated work for the citizens of Oklahoma City and also for the citizens of the state of Oklahoma, because you know what you do here, it transcends to other cities and other counties and other municipalities, and we thank you all so much for the dedication that you all give to the disability awareness of the city of Oklahoma City.
We thank you and the council and all the citizens of Oklahoma City who help us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you a lot.
And our next proclamation is Fire Prevention Month, and we would ask for our chief, deputy chief, and Mr. Tim Adams to come forth. You know, the city of Oklahoma City has been so blessed, and as you all aware, that this last month, the devastation of so many of the fires that affected so many citizens in the northeast side of Oklahoma City and the southeast side of Oklahoma City. And we have to honor these individuals for the hard, dedicated work that they did, that we didn't lose one life. And although some of the properties that were destroyed, we're honored to know that we have a fire department and a police department and all the rescue individuals that participated in this that put together such a fantastic team to suppress an unfortunate disaster that we were facing. And we want to thank you personally for all the dedication that you all have given to the citizens of Oklahoma City and the hard work that you've given. And so, Francis, you can go forward now.
Whereas in 2010, the Oklahoma City Fire Department responded to more than 83,000 calls for emergency assistance. And whereas fire killed 8 of our citizens and injured 28 others. Whereas fire caused over $30 million in property loss. And whereas the men and women of the Oklahoma City Fire Department are witness to the loss and devastation caused by fire firsthand, not only for those citizens who have lost loved ones or their homes and belongings to fire, but for their own friends and co-workers injured or killed in the line of duty. Whereas the Oklahoma City Fire Department is actively engaged in public education to prevent the frequency and severity of fires. Now therefore, Mick Cornett, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October 2011 as Fire Prevention Month in Oklahoma City, and encourages all citizens to learn about fire prevention and fire safety and apply these practices at home, at work, and around our community.
Chief Ryan, would you please be so kind with a few words? Sure.
Well, Mayor, we want to thank you and the council again for this resolution and for supporting Fire Prevention Month and drawing attention to it every year. Obviously, this is the time of the year that we do put a lot of emphasis on our ongoing fire prevention and public safety education programs. This year, we'll reach out to 70,000 elementary school kids through our public safety trailer that we bring out to their school and let them go through. I think this year's theme of Fire Prevention Month is the old acronym that a lot of us learned back in school, which is EDITH, Exit Drills in the Home, and we want to stress that in this year's Fire Prevention Month, that everybody have an actual real plan to get out of their home in case of an emergency. But that all starts with a good working smoke alarm, and we always emphasize that as well. So that's where it starts. We want everybody, every residential occupancy in the city to have a working smoke alarm. Those are available at any fire station. Firefighters even come out and install them in homes. So we have an ongoing program for that too. But if anybody needs any information, specific to making their home a little bit more safe, and we'd be glad to help you with that. So get a hold of Chief Adams and his staff in our public education work section, or befiresmart.com is a website you can go to with a lot of other good information. So we appreciate the recognition, and again, glad to help anybody we can make their home as safe as possible.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Mayor, if I could, you know, once a year I have to get on my soapbox, but the best fire out there is the one that never happened to begin with. It's easy to document fires after they start or when they start and we go out. What's not easy to document is the fires that never happen because of fire prevention, whether it be code enforcement. The codes, I know a lot of people sometimes have a problem with that, but that codes come from lessons learned. And when you have situations, long-standing situations in code issues, then you change the codes and you eliminate that problem. In our public education, who knows how many kids have not started a fire because they went through some kind of a public education program or knew how to get out of a house when a fire started. So it's really important, and it's the key to a successful city is one that pays as much attention to not having fires as we do what we do when we have one start up. So I applaud their efforts every year.
Chief, quick question. In the past, a number of the neighborhood associations meetings that I've gone to, the fire prevention people have come out and put on a very informative program. Is that service still open to neighborhood associations today? Can they call and have somebody come out and put on a program for them?
Oh, absolutely. We very much enjoy getting out to neighborhood associations because we get bigger groups. So again, Chief Adams' staff over in our public safety education work section would be glad to work with any neighborhood association as far as making sure their neighborhood is as safe as possible.
Now, to stay consistent with learning and education, we have Miss Shelley Campbell. The Oklahoma City Rotary has recognized Miss Shelley Campbell as Teacher of the Month from John Marshall High School. Is that correct? And I believe we have a resolution that the clerk will now read.
Whereas Shelley Campbell has been named Teacher of the Month by the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City for September 2011. Whereas Shelley Campbell teaches English for special education students, advanced placement language and literature, in the senior seminar at John Marshall High School. She also sponsors the Student Council. Whereas Shelley Campbell has been honored as a John Marshall High School 2010-2011 Building Teacher of the Year and the Oklahoma City Public Schools 2011 to 2012 District Teacher of the Year. Whereas Shelley Campbell has dedicated her life to preparing students to become lifelong learners and seeks to inspire future teachers. Whereas Shelley Campbell seeks to be a role model for her students while challenging them to always do their best. Shelley Campbell continually looks to improve her classroom practice and help other teachers through efforts including making presentations about serving special education students. Shelley Campbell makes a special effort to prepare John Marshall High School seniors for life beyond high school through a project that instructs students in job interviewing and basic finance and pairs them with a community mentor. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and the Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Shelley Campbell on her selection as September 2011 Teacher of the Month by the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Now, Shelley, for all the fine accomplishments and all the fine work that you do at John Marshall High School, we have to depend on these individuals, council members, to cast a vote to make this official. So,
I move that we approve it.
second. And it passes unanimously.
I just want to thank the Rotary for this great opportunity and this honor. Thank you, council members, also. I want to thank the foundation, the Oklahoma City Public Schools Foundation, their donors, and their staff and supporters. They're a great group. And then also, of course, my John Marshall Learning Community, and then Oklahoma City Public Schools and Superintendent Springer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just make a quick comment for those that are unaware of the program. This is a program that we started about a year ago. It's a partnership between the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City, the Foundation for the Oklahoma City Public Schools, and we're recognizing not only teachers in the I-89 district, but also all of the schools in the surrounding districts that are in Oklahoma City. And so working very closely also with the Foundation for Putnam City Schools and others. And our teacher today will be recognized at lunch at the Rotary Club, and she'll also receive a $5,000 gift card that's a combination of gifts from
Did you say 5,000?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I said 500.
I'm going to start teaching.
It's all these zeros that we're throwing around these days. A $500 gift card that's a donation from the Rotary Club and the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools to be able to use in our classroom. So we're very proud of you, and we appreciate you being here today.
Well, congratulations again, Ms. Campbell. And at this time, we have a very interesting program that's part of Oklahoma City that's been here since 1981, started by some individuals that saw a need to beautify the city of Oklahoma City without labor, without money, but labor and an intensive care for the way our city looks. And so Oklahoma City beautification, the OKC beautification staff and the Adopt a Park program has put in so many hours of labor in beautifying the city of Oklahoma City. And I know if you drive around the city of Oklahoma City since 1981, you've seen medians that become flower gardens, you've seen parks that's been improved, and of course we have a very fine park and recreation department. Unfortunately, we could not have done all of the work that you see now in the city of Oklahoma City as it relates to beautification without the hard labor and intense volunteer service of these great individuals. And so, Mr. Hugh Stout, would you please come forth and introduce the delegation of those individuals, volunteers that's been part of the Adopt a Park program, and they have been recognized from each ward for the accomplishments they have given and the services they have provided in beautifying parks and medians in the city of Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a real honor to be here. We do this once a year, and on behalf of OKC Beautiful, we just want to thank all the volunteers for all the time and effort they put into this Adopt a Park program. It's a lot of effort, a lot of expense, and they save us all, the city and taxpayers, a lot of money. So I'll read the winners by each ward. It's a hard job picking one winner, but we do each ward and then an overall winner, which I'll read last. So Ward 1, and please come up and get your trophy, and then you can sit back down. Ward 1 is Stitchcomb Wildlife Refuge, adopted by the Northwest OKC Rotary, represented by David Brinker, Lee Bollinger, Michael Rainbolt, John Landis, Terry Billen, Jason Pierce, Natalia Morgan, and Jessica Sherrill. Please come on down. And Vanna White, we'll give you your trophy. Congratulations, and thank you very much. Ward 2 is the median at 29th and Paseo, adopted by Paseo Arts District Incorporated, represented by John Belt and Elizabeth Jones. Thank you. Ward 3, Woodson Park, adopted by the OKC Thunder and represented by Christine Burney and Jennifer Watson. Ward 4, McLeman Park, which couldn't make it today. Ward 5 was Taylor Park, adopted by the Taylor Park Neighborhood Association, which couldn't be here today. Ward 6 was Pearl Mista Park, adopted by the Mista Park Neighborhood Association and represented by Karen Zimmer. Ward 8, Surrey Hills Medians, adopted by the Surrey Hills Home and Garden Club, represented by Pat Shinhold and Joyce Gage. And the overall winner was Ward 7, Regatta Park, adopted and represented by Casey Cornett and Miss Merrick Ferguson. I'd like to invite you all, the winners that is, to a reception in the City Clerk's Conference Room downstairs, right across from the elevator for coffee and Ingrid's pastries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hugh. And of course, you see the top winner was Ward 7. Let's give all of these individuals another round of applause for all the dedication and the work that they give. Thank you all so much. The appointments.
Yeah, you need to be.
Moving now to the remaining agenda, we have an appointments of Game and Fish Commission and appointments of the Oklahoma City Public Schools Trust, Metropolitan. All right. Moved in second. Vote. Gonna vote. For Journal of Council Proceedings, received Journal of Council Proceedings for September 13th, 2011. Approved Journal of Council Proceedings for August 30th, 2011. Request for uncontested continuances.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today we have quite a few uncontested continuance requests. The first item is on page 6, item 6I1, request to strike. Page 10, item 6AD, request to strike. Page 11, item AE, request to strike. Page 21, item 8B, Councilman White has requested an indefinite deferral. On page 24, item 8M1, I have quite a list here. The first is A, 5716 Broadway Street, strike to re-notify. B, 2623 South Central Avenue, also known as 2621 South Central, strike, the owner has removed. D, 238 Southeast Grand Boulevard, strike, the owner has removed. J, 412 Southwest 44th Street, strike, the owner has removed. Then on page 25, item 8N1, B, 1232 Carter Drive, strike, the owner has secured. 8609 South Grace, item D, strike, the owner has secured. 238 Southeast Grand Boulevard, strike, the owner has secured. 8324 Picnic Lane, item L, strike, the owner has secured. Item P, 1713 Northwest 9th Street, strike, the owner has secured. Q, 1205 Northeast 16th Street, strike, the owner has secured. S, 1613 Northeast 26th Street, strike, it is occupied. U, 2525 Northwest 34th Street, strike, to rework for additional structures. W, 227 Southwest 42nd Street, strike, the owner has secured. Z, 1137 Northwest 102nd Street, strike, to rework for additional violations. Moving on to page 28, I have a request for deferral of item 10A. Councilman Ryan has requested that it be deferred for 1 week. And page 29, item 11A, defer to October 18th. I'm sorry, 8, which one? 8, on page 27, also request to defer item 8W1D. Defer to October 18th. I believe that's it.
Okay. Recess council meeting convened as Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman, Mayor. I have a request also on the OCMFA docket to strike item B. It is a companion item to several of the others that we struck on the council agenda. So OCMFA B, request to strike.
So we need to vote again.
No, we haven't voted yet. So
Okay.
it will include all the items but B.
But B?
Okay.
Okay. All right, go back again to recess council meeting convened as Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. We already have a motion. Vote. Adjourn OCMFA, convened as Oklahoma City Public Property Authority.
Mr. Mayor, would it be all
Yes.
right if we took item G as a separate vote, please?
G?
Yes, item G is a separate vote.
Councilwoman Salyer has asked that G be removed as a separate.
You need a motion on the balance.
The balance of the Oklahoma City PPA, get a motion. Okay.
And then you need a motion on G. Wait till she leaves.
G?
Uh-huh.
Your Honor, I'm sorry I missed the opportunity. I had a few minor questions on some of the PFA projects, the PPA projects, excuse me, that we voted on a second ago.
On the public.
And on B, we're setting aside $40,000 plus for the unallocated fund balance set aside for unforeseen expenditures at any of the system golf courses. And I was wondering, how is that handled? Is the money kept in the city's investment program until it's drawn down individually by each golf course? And as they draw money down, is there any kind of a review as the use of that money?
It is kept in the investment portfolio, so it is maintained that way. As for the review, do we have staff here to discuss how the expenditures are reviewed?
Someone from
Rob
Clark-
Lewis. Rob.
So there's no hurry on that, just whenever it's convenient.
Well, Rob's here.
Rob's here.
I think it might be quicker to address that question. The review of the expenditures as they're made.
I'm Rob Lewis from the Parks Department, and the resolution is set up that those expenditures are reviewed by the Golf Commission prior to the golf courses.
Okay, now, Rob, as a city representative there, do you participate in that review process as well?
Only as advisory. I'm not, in the end, the Golf Commission is one that makes the decision.
Okay, thank you.
But those items are sent through the regular city procurement process, so they are competitively bid.
Okay. On D, which also relates to the golf course system, we're instigating additional or a different fee structure for people who want to walk the course, which is obviously healthy to the point they get a double bacon cheeseburger in the grill after they play golf. But isn't this sort of contrary to one of our efforts to raise revenue for the golf course, and that is cart rental? Aren't we incentivizing people to walk by this rate, which is fine, it's healthy, but isn't that counterproductive in our efforts to raise revenue?
I believe that this is the continuing of a program that's been in effect for several years, Councilman Ryan.
Okay, but still, my question's still there. I mean, just because we made a mistake before doesn't mean it goes.
I understand. We'll get you information.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the Public Property Authority?
Well, just on C, that we're spending some money for underground fuel storage, and that's great. We need that capacity, but in the event of a major emergency, quite often power is not available for those places. Is there a backup power system at this facility? And if there's not, do we have mobile tankers that aren't subjected to use of power to pump the trucks, pump deliver fuel?
Which item is this?
It was related slightly to C, and it's an extrapolation in my mind anyway of another issue that it's brought to mind.
Are we talking about the Public Property Authority, because C is a golf demand study?
I'm sorry, I got the wrong.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize, I got the wrong piece of paper. I'll come back and ask that question later.
Don't try to confuse me. I'm naturally blonde.
Any other discussion? And we'll move on, convene as Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust. Is there any discussion? It's approved. Pat, was that the one? Were you looking at?
I've got several questions on the, excuse me, on the consent docket.
On the Environmental Trust?
No, not the environmental
Okay,
trust, on the
okay,
consent
all
docket.
right.
I'll blame this on jet lag, although I've been back several days already.
Adjourn as the Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as council meeting, the consent docket. Okay. All right. Are there any individual considerations on the consent docket?
Your Honor, I think I'm ready now to...
You're ready now?
I can say my words now.
Okay.
C is one I'd have... These are minor questions. I'll admit they're probably just due to my ignorance. W.2, AF, and AT.
W2. You got those?
And Mayor, if I could just mention AN. N.
M? Did you say T? Councilman Ryan, you can go first.
Thank you, Your Honor. And on VIC, this is a question that it was raised not on this specific project, but on our way we handle fuel. And that is, do we have a way to pump fuel during an emergency when we lose electric power, either through a mobile system or some standard backup power system?
I believe that this is for various locations through the city, so we'll need to get back to you on which locations have alternative power sources.
Okay, thank you. On W-2, this has to do with a compressed natural gas refueling station, and this is a change order. And again, this is not a question that is specific to this project, but in general, has any consideration been given to opening up our compressed natural gas fueling stations to the public until such time as there's enough private suppliers available to make that necessary? We have several in the city compressed natural gas refueling facilities. And one of the comments I hear frequently when people talk about compressed natural gas vehicles is a lack of an adequate fueling system. Back them up. Has any consideration been given by the city to opening up these facilities to the public until such time as the private sector has an adequate supply?
I'm not aware of that consideration with the existing fueling stations. I do know that the Water Trust is evaluating whether or not, when there is one installed, I'm sorry, not the Water Trust, the Environmental Assistance Trust is considering having a public-private partnership for private access to the facility at the Hefner and Portland location.
Okay, good, thank you. I think it's important that it may be an incentive for people to consider compressed natural gas vehicles. And secondly, the important thing is that we get out of this business as quickly as we can. As soon as the private sector has facilities that are adequate for it, I don't think we should be in a position of competing with the private sector. Just comments. On F, this is dealing with, this is AF, pardon me, Your Honor. This is dealing with a paving district, paving improvement district. And I was just curious, on the second page, it talks about the total amount of the assessment is $548,153, of which $75,138 plus is to reimburse the city for its cost, and the $473,000 is the actual cost of the street improvement. And we're issuing bonds now for $473,000, which covers the street improvement. When does the city get paid, and how do they get paid?
Yeah, Councilman, the city is paid on the top during the prepayment period for 60 days. The money that's collected, the city gets the top.
Prior to the
we
issuance
pay
of
ourselves
bonds.
back first, and then we pay
And we
the
issue bonds to
contractor
pay
from the bond.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is another question based on my own ignorance. On VIAT, this has to do with a condemnation process. In the court award costs, including commissioner's fees and poundage. I wondered what poundage was.
Actually, I know that the municipal council is prepared to talk about poundage.
Because I just had a vague, frightening vision in my mind of us buying this lot by the pound.
Go ahead.
Kenny?
Poundage is, actually, I'll need to ask Dan Broom to tell you the answer to that.
Maybe my question wasn't as ridiculous as I thought.
I believe it is something, a percentage that you pay to the clerk. But I can get you a specific answer on that by the end of the meeting.
Well, I'm just curious as to where that word, what it represents, because it seemed like a strange word to have in here.
I believe it's a legal term of art.
Sure it is,
That
yeah.
is a tax that's assessed by, or a fee that's assessed by the county.
Councilman Kelly knows the answer
For
to
the
that.
conveyance of the property.
I'll take, if our vice mayor wants to answer.
They say just pay it.
Just pay it. I was afraid of that. But at any rate, it's not a burning issue, just I was curious as to what poundage meant.
Something you have to pay to get rid of the case.
Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's usually a clerk assessment to funds that's being managed by the court clerk, and
From a legal standpoint, there would be no value in calling what it actually is. You invent some word that confuses the
I
public.
think they could call it a tax if they wanted to, but we would have to pay it anyway.
Okay, thanks.
Councilman Ryan?
Pat, are you finished? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Councilman?
Okay.
Councilman Salyer?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention AN is an amendment to our professional services agreement with OKC Metro Alliance, who is our contractor and manages our detox facility, our public inebriate facility. And this amendment recognizes that we have moved that facility from its old location over on the Walnut Bridge to 5th and Linwood into a brand-new, fabulous facility. And so this amendment just includes the new location, but it does do a couple of other things that I think are important for folks to know. It provides a provision to reimburse OKC Metro Alliance for the cost of taxi service, and for those leaving the facility that don't have transportation. And I think it's very important to just remind everyone that we made an agreement with the neighborhood that we would not allow anybody to leave the facility on foot, and that they either had to have transportation or that we would provide transportation by taxi. And so this amendment allows for the funding of that, and also provides for the city to take over the maintenance of the facility, which will be coordinated with the police department.
Is there some limitation on where we can take them? Or what? I remember the agreement. I don't remember the outer limits for what.
There is a
when we go
limitation
to
in terms of dollar cost. We will only reimburse up to $8.95 or $8.75. So I guess the perimeter is you get that far.
The meter reaches $8.95, they dumped the fellow out.
Yeah, hopefully that's not the case, but we will reimburse up to $8.75.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, they try to, as best as possible, get them back to where they were,
Right.
I want to say arrested, or taken, whatever, but because that's what they try to do, is get them back where they...
All right. Well, the reason I ask is we have a problem on 25th Street now, as Meg, I'm sure, is very well aware of. There's a lot of people that just passed out along the street and that need to be scraped off the street and sent to detox, and I just wondered where they would go from there, but apparently they go right back to where we got them.
I think we may have some more information on the issue of poundage. Councilman Ryan?
Mr. Vice Mayor and Councilman Ryan, Mr. Brummett provided me with the technically correct answer. The poundage is the court clerk's share to disburse the money, and they get 1% of the amount of the award plus the fees.
I mean, the total of the 1% plus the fees is what poundage represents.
Yes, the poundage equals 1% of the amount of the award plus the other fees that have to be paid.
That's reassuring. I envision somebody weighing all the documents and charging for the poundage.
Councilman Salyer, did you have another issue? Was it just a... Was there anyone else that had a issue on the consent? Is it it? Motion on the consent docket, right? It's approved. It's a long docket. The concurrence docket.
Second.
Are there any individual considerations or discussion on the concurrence docket? Vote. Passes. Items requiring separate votes.
Call A1.
Pete?
David.
Is it David? Sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is there anyone here to speak on item 8A1? I've not received any comments concerning this, Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
And it passes.
8A1?
8A,
My name's Cliff Childs. I'm opening a restaurant at 1013 Southwest 89th Street.
Yes, sir.
I think that's me.
Yes, sir. In fact, we
are
just...
you the applicant?
Uh-huh.
Yes. We'll save you some time. It's passed.
Oh, you just passed it. All right.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
8A2, and it's in Ward 2. It's an ABC overlay, 10948 North May Avenue. So are you the applicant?
Yes, sir. My name is Neo, and coming.
State your full name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Neo Zambrano, and I'm from Inca Trail. The restaurant is 10948 North May Avenue, Oklahoma City, 73120. And I'm coming to asking for emergency request about my license. I've been getting an application like 2 months ago, and actually my business doing well, but I would try to get the license, emergency request for the license. I've been asking the last time. They told me I need to come in today to ask in person, to ask in the emergency request. And I need that one because my business is, I need sales beer, and I try to get an application for getting liquor, wine and beer next to this one. So I don't know if it's possible to get the emergency request today to get in my...
Yes,
I already passed everything, I think.
Councilman Shadid?
Any objections?
It's on for an emergency.
Okay.
Yes.
first he needs to move approval, and then...
Move approval.
And the emergency.
Move for emergency.
Okay.
Is it approved? Oh,
It's approved, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Moving on to 8A3, it's in Ward 3, and it's an ABC overlay at 17 South Council Road. Are you the applicant?
Ross Dube, reappearing on behalf of the applicant. Council members, this is a request for an ABC2 overlay for the property at the intersection of Reno and Council. It is for a sit-down Mexican food restaurant that is being remodeled in an existing building there. It's not been licensed before.
I've had no objections. Has anybody signed up, Francis? I'd like to move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved to second. Vote. And it's approved. It's
We would
approved, sir.
request the
Thank you.
emergency.
Beg your pardon?
We would request the emergency clause on that.
He's requesting emergency.
I'll move the emergency.
Second.
Vote on the emergency. It's approved. Number 4 is an ABC overlay for 2724 West Britton Road. It's in Ward 8.
Your Honor, thank you. Is anybody signed up to speak on this? This is a existing restaurant. It's being, character of the restaurant is being changed, and it's in a commercial area. I've had no protests or calls about it. There were none at the Planning Commission. Nobody showed up this morning. I would move approval.
It's moved in second. Vote. And it passes.
I also would move the emergency on this one.
Move emergency.
Yes. Thank you, Your
Emergency
Honor.
passes. 8A5. Is it's in Ward 1, Simplified Planned Unit Development District. Is there anyone here?
Mayor, this sits in, actually, it's in Ward 2 now, and I asked for Councilman Sheehy to get briefed on it, but since it's been working so long through Ward 1, I'll go ahead and try to work through it. I know Dean's representing the applicant, and I believe we have somebody to speak on it signed up. Is that correct?
Yes, there's one person that signed on this particular.
Dean, won't you go ahead and give us a brief summary of what we're doing here?
Well, we went before the Planning Commission, and naturally, not naturally, but they did approve it based on the technical evaluations, and we're in agreement with those. So, we're here today for approval, but we, starting from the beginning, we met with the Neighborhood Association back in like November of last year. At that time, there wasn't a full-blown association, so that we just they gathered up the neighborhood the best they could, and we did have a meeting at the Grace Church. Since then, they've gotten another association. We've tried to do what we can to contact all the neighbors to let them know what we have there. Dr. Gooman is planning on building a clinic there. We've asked for O1 medical zoning-wise. We've tried to do everything we can to benefit the neighbors as far as controlling the traffic. We've done our plans, and we have those available in such a manner to where we're going to direct the traffic back to Portland and not send it down through the neighborhood, which is what the association was concerned about. And I think that we definitely went at least 3 blocks door to door, and most of the people we spoke with was all for it. We did have a few protesters at the Planning Commission, but we worked through all that. So that's where we're at today, in other words.
For the council, that's what you had this laying in front of you for this morning when you come in. If you're familiar with 62nd and Portland at all, this is a lot that's right on the corner that has been empty forever. It was actually the lot that had I believe it was the builder's office was on it, that the little building still sits there when they were building the addition. That's how long it's been vacant there. The doctor bought this property and wanted to put his clinic on there. There was some protests from the neighborhood, both in it not being a home and also in traffic that could possibly come out of the clinic and go back through the neighborhood. 62nd and Portland is not an easy intersection to get out of. It's extremely close to Northwest Highway's traffic signals, so during the busy times it's really difficult if you want to go north on Portland. So they've been working with this. They have made a number of modifications to the building to make it look more like a house instead of a office building or a doctor's building. The facing of it, the landscaping of it, the lighting of it, all the things that they've done, they've modified to not intrude on the neighborhood as much as possible. They're facing it towards Northwest Highway instead of 62nd Street. I did have a number of people in the neighborhood have emailed me or called wanting to ask for me not to approve this, but I've also received a number of calls and emails from people that believe it's an improvement over the vacant lot that's sitting there now, and the condition of the lot is the way it is now. So I think that I just can't convince myself that anybody would take this lot and build a home on it. So if there's going to be something on this lot to improve it, I believe that the doctor has made some concessions to the building and the way it looks to make it look more like a residential type structure. This is a spud, so if he decides to not use it as a clinic, it would come back before this group if something other than his clinic or a medical clinic was going to be utilized. They couldn't just sell it as an office building or something. So I think they've worked with the neighborhoods and made a number of concessions. There are still a number of people in the neighborhood that don't like it, again, because they believe people are going to exit this, and rather than fight 62nd and Portland traffic, they're going to go back through the neighborhood to get over west to Tulsa to get back out. But they're going to put a no right turn sign at the exit there, and as you can see, the driveway is pointed in such a way as it kind of leads you back out to Portland there. So, Ed, do you have anything else you want to comment on, since it's going to end up in your ward?
Well, I think that summarizes it well. I think mixed-use development's important. I think that I've noted the protest, but I think that this serves as an example of how you try and do urban infill development. You go to the neighborhood first, you go door to door, which they did. You tell the neighborhood what you're going to do. I think you had a cookout for the neighbors.
At the restaurant, we did invite the neighborhood over for hors d'oeuvres and so forth on the border restaurant.
So I've seen this go both ways. When you work like that, it tends to facilitate peace. When you just try and ramrod it through at the neighborhood, it doesn't work out so well. I'm familiar with the doctor, and he comes highly regarded. He has about 20 patients a day, so you're talking about 20 cars a day coming into the facility. And I believe him when he says that he's going to work to dissuade those cars from going through the neighborhood. And we'll continue to work with the neighborhood and attend neighborhood association meetings, and I'll help facilitate that as well.
And we do also have the architect that did the drawings available. He's here with us if anybody has any questions.
We want to hear from the person signed up to speak.
Yeah, I think unless anyone else on the council has any questions to Mr. Dean, then why don't we there's one person that signed up to address this issue. Is it Mr.
Okay.
William Comstock?
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is William Comstock, 501 Northwest 13th Street in Oklahoma City. I own the house 2 doors down at 3717 Northwest 62nd. I'm here today representing myself individually and as legal counsel for the North Coronado Heights Neighborhood Association. We're opposed to this for several reasons. Number one, Coronado Heights addition is entirely residential. There is no business use, there's no business activity, there's no other property zoned business other than what's on the other side of Northwest Expressway. That's still part of Coronado Heights Section 2. That's all commercial north of Northwest Expressway. South, it is all residential use. One of the concerns that the Planning Commission said, we don't have anything to worry about, it's not going to deteriorate the neighborhood. We have no way of knowing until this thing gets built. It's certainly a start to the deterioration of the neighborhood. If you look through the Planning Commission staff reports from day one of this, it was a real concern. Somehow it got turned into not a concern, and it was expressed that way by the Planning Commission. We have nothing to worry about. Well, those aren't exactly words property owners can take to the bank. The other concern is traffic. Half of the traffic concern has been addressed, and that is a no right turn lane heading west back into the neighborhood. The other concern regarding traffic is bigger, and that is the bottleneck that's been brought up today at 62nd and Portland. If this subdivision were being platted today, it would never get approved, and that's because of the separation between 62nd and Expressway. There's 65 feet from Northwest Expressway to 62nd Street. Current subdivision regulations require 500 feet. Trying to get off of 62nd on the Northwest Expressway during any of the 3 peak times in Oklahoma City is an impossibility. You can't do it. That's during the peak times. Other times, it's difficult at best. Most times you can't turn left, you must turn right. That's going to force visitors to this property to go back to the neighborhood. If not, it's going to create an even bigger bottleneck. It's going to make a bad situation worse. This application and similar applications have been before this council 2 other times in recent years. This is the 3rd attempt to change the use of this property. Not to mention it violates the covenants and restrictions, and I understand the Planning Commission, City Council, they don't deal with covenants and restrictions. It's not a concern. It's a private matter. You're going to force property owners to take this to court to try and enforce these covenants and restrictions to this proposed change use. I ask that this application be denied. The Planning Commission mentioned, yeah, traffic's concerned, but you just have to deal with it. Well, I don't know how you deal with it, because once this is approved, the problem's there. It was mentioned the applicant has 20 patients a day. That's in a much smaller office space across the street in a commercial office building. Nobody knows how many patients he's going to have once this gets built, this larger facility with much more parking. It's just going to exacerbate an existing problem. It's going to get worse. There's really no valid reason to approve this application from a land use standpoint. Planning Commission asked one of the protesters, the president of the neighborhood association, what would you rather have, a couple of cracker box houses or this nice building? Well, that's a heck of a choice. How about somebody build a house here? It's zoned residential. Yeah, it's been a builder's sales house from the 50s, and it's still sitting there, and it's not being kept up. I think every window in it's broken and has been for a long time. But there's other ways to use this property. Putting a commercial use, and every time I say that, somebody says, oh, it's not commercial, it's office. Folks, it's commercial. You ask the property owners, is this office a commercial use? The everyday lingo, yes, it is. From a zoning standpoint, no. It's a zoned office, or that's what they're seeking through this SPUD, an office use, a limited office use. But it just opens the door and the gateway for other applications in this stable neighborhood. A lot of people have invested their life savings, a lot of retirees in this neighborhood, and allowing this use is it's a bad omen. It's just going to allow other use along Portland to be used for something other than residential. I ask that this application be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Comstock. Any other discussion?
Well, as I said, I understand the protesters' concerns on it. The lot has been there for a long time, and it was for sale for a long time. So if there was anybody that had any interest in buying it to build a home on it, I think it would have occurred by now. Again, rather than the vacant lot with the derelict building on it, I think the concessions that the doctor has made in his building are probably about as good as the neighborhood could expect at this point in time. So I'll move the application.
I wish we had a picture of, it's basically a shack sitting in the middle of that lot with all the windows broken. I just can't imagine that property values are not going to be enhanced with all the landscaping. He's made modifications to do quite a bit of landscaping on that corner. I think it's going to look nicer. The nature of his practice is one where he has to spend 45 minutes to an hour with each patient. He can't ramp up his practice to see more than 20 in a day. I promise you I will keep on them, and I will hold them, their feet to the fire and their word to the neighborhood. But I think it will be an enhancement. Thank you.
I'll second the motion for approval. I went by and looked at it. I've had a couple of people contact me about it, and then I went back and read the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission, I think, in all fairness, decided that this is the best you can do. You can't hope for better than this. As Councilman Marr says, that addition was built in the 50s, so that means for almost over 50 years that lot sat there available as a residential lot and hadn't been developed for that purpose. There were some questions asked at the Planning Commission that you can kind of take out of context and make them sound different than they were, but basically the Planning Commission said that given everything, given all the opportunities they've had to look at it, and they've also looked at it more than once, this is the best opportunity they're going to have. And so it's not in my ward, I know, but I did take the time to go by and look at it, and I think it's about as good as it's going to get. It's a difficult location, no question about it. But people all over the world survive with mixed uses. Oklahoma City is one of those places where we've had this idea that you can't survive with mixed uses. You go any big city in the country, mixed use is that's the way it is. That's the difference between big cities and the way we operate here. I think it's, to some extent, I think this is kind of the wave of the future. We're going to see mixed use. Hopefully it can be done in the least obtrusive way to our traditional residential zoning. But I think this is as good as it's going to get.
Does anyone else have a comment that you'd like to make in reference to this issue?
Your Honor, just a brief comment. That lot's been available for a long, long time, and it's not been developed into anything. And I think there's a virtue to consider some kind of a transitional use between a major thoroughfare like Portland Avenue and a residential area. The houses along those major thoroughfares tend to decay quicker. They're pressured because of the high traffic count. And this, I think, might be a good transitional use for that lot to protect the houses beyond there from further encroachment. It's a good transition from the lack of a house there or the residential use in that major street. So I would say it's a good use of the property.
Is there a motion?
Yes.
Vote. And it passes.
Your Honor, may I ask a favor to go back to item A1? I believe I failed to ask for the emergency clause. And I apologize, but if we could vote on the emergency portion of the A1 item.
Well, I understand that it was on for emergency. Did we not vote it as emergency?
Not on A1.
Okay, I apologize. You make a motion then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So move.
Second.
Back to A1, Councilman Greenwell realized that he needed emergency on A1, and so we're voting now on emergency for A1. Kind of backtrack just a second. And it passes.
Thank you.
Quite well. And 8A6 is in Ward 7, and this is to build a temple at the Buddhist temple, and I haven't received any protests in reference to this. Is there anyone here to speak in reference to 5101 Northeast 36th Street? Can you get a motion on this? Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Vote. It passes. And 8B has been stricken, is that correct? Indefinitely deferred. Is that right? Okay. Moving on to C. This is in Ward 4, 5200 East I-240 Service Road.
We originally approved this, John, I'm sure is familiar with this. When we originally approved this, one of the restrictions was that there wouldn't be a helipad there. The neighbors had protested it. They brought the helipad in before they asked for approval, and then complaints from the neighborhood arose. Then they came in and asked for approval for the helipad. And then they convinced the neighbors that it's okay to have one. I just think that as a good citizen of the community, there's a better way to do things than that. And I've communicated that to John in the past. It does trouble me a little bit, though, that we'd use that technique. That's the kind of, we blame other people for strong-arming things, and I think to have a hospital do that is I find that a little bit difficult. But I do think the helipad's essential to the thing. It probably shouldn't have been eliminated in the first place, but I think there's a better way to do it than this. But and with all that being said, I'm going to move approval.
Second.
And it passes. D is final hearing relating to ABC Low Point Beer. And it's just a presentation from the city? No. Okay. This ordinance is to, as I understand, to bring our code up to compliance pursuant to the Oklahoma State statute in reference to Low Point Beer and the various provisions of the Oklahoma City ordinance as it relates to age, closing hours, and beer itself. Is that right, Kenny?
I move approval.
No discussion? And it passes. E is ordinance for final hearing relating to zoning and planning code, trees and plants for Oklahoma City. Resolution adopting the trees and plants of Oklahoma City document as a resource for selecting appropriate plant species and spacing of plant material required by the city's landscape ordinance.
Second.
And it passes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, did we approve this as an ordinance as opposed to a resolution? There was an or, as I understand it.
I understand.
From looking at this, we are talking about E, is that correct?
E.
Okay, so in my packet, it gives us a choice between an ordinance or a resolution.
I think it's 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
incorrect. On the agenda, the or is not there, so
Okay.
both
Right.
need to be adopted.
Okay.
This motion was just on the ordinance.
On the ordinance part.
And it passed.
Now we need a motion on the resolution.
And the resolution, Councilman, adopting the trees and plants.
I'll move the resolution.
Yes.
Second.
It passes. F is a public hearing, resolution adopting and confirming an assessment role for the downtown Oklahoma City Business Improvement District. It's Oklahoma City Improvement and Special Services Assessment District number 6 in the area known as downtown Oklahoma City, including Automobile Alley, Bricktown, the Film Exchange District, and the Central Business District, the Civic Culture Area, Deep Deuce, and Park Plaza. And this is for October the 1st, 2011 through September the 30th, 2012, and it's in Ward 6 and 7. Is any discussion?
I think we need to hold the public hearing,
Yes.
just the public hearing.
Right.
So do we need to call to see if anyone is interested in speaking?
Is there anyone here to speak on the assessment districts?
I apologize. Bear with me. This is my first time at a city council meeting.
Quite all right.
So, but anyway,
State your full name and
Jeff
address,
Lewis,
please.
and I am with Oklahoma Community Health Center, and also known as Variety Care. We are a nonprofit community health center, and I was sent by my superiors to ask what we need to do, being a tax-exempt nonprofit organization, to be exempt from this assessment.
Were you
Right. This is just
public hearing?
Or is there somebody else that I need to speak to in regards to this, or?
Just a minute. I think he...
No, this is not a tax. This is an assessment for improvements or services done in that particular district, and all the owners of property in that area are assessed the cost of it. I don't believe that they're I'd have to look at the statute specifically, but unless the statute allows for an exemption, then for nonprofit, not-for-profit corporations, then there wouldn't be an exemption from this.
A.J. Kirkpatrick from the Planning Department. I was the planner that helped create the district. We did expand the district 6 months ago when we created the second generation of the Downtown Business Improvement District. We did look specifically at this property, and we did review the statute, and it only allows exemptions for religious institutions. So we didn't see any grounds to give a exemption for this assessment for their use.
What was the exemption that's allowed it?
The exemption allows us to leave, the state statutes allow us to not assess religious institutions that are in the district.
Only religious institutions?
As well as it gives the authority for state agencies and county agencies to pay, so it kind of puts the ball in their court, and they can choose to pay or not. But religious institutions and school districts are the only ones that are really exempted.
Variety Care is not a religious institution.
Yeah, we did not exempt them. They have been included on the assessment roll.
I mean, but there's no provision to exempt them.
Exactly.
If they're just a nonprofit.
That is correct.
I don't mean just a nonprofit. I mean they are.
And I believe they are assessed zero. Have a zero assessed value at the county, so they actually are getting a break on the equation from that respect. If I believe, if I'm correct, I believe they are only paying on the frontage portion of the equation.
If I may say something, from a real estate assessment, the county assessor will provide exemptions for certain 501c3 organizations. Charities can be exempt from real estate taxes. But if this is separate from that, and like you say, they're assessed a zero amount of tax at the county assessor's level, apparently. So.
Is the assessment based on the valuation of the property, or is the assessment just based on the accumulation of businesses in a particular district?
We have several layers, but primarily there are two main variables to our equation in this assessment district. One is assessed value and one is frontage. They were given a zero, if I'm correct, they were given a zero assessed value, which was brought over from the county's assessment. And then the frontage, I think, was whatever their linear street frontage is on, I think it's on 6th Street.
Ain't going to get any better than that.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman McAtee.
Quick question. Are there other nonprofits in the business district?
Non-religious nonprofits in the district. The only other one that came up when we expanded this year was the Oklahoma Halfway House on west of Walker, I believe on 2nd, Southwest 2nd. They were also treated the same way.
That was my question. They're treated exactly the same way.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So you treat the prison the same way?
We treat non-religious nonprofits the same way.
Any other comments in reference to the assessment in the motion? Public hearing, yes.
No, we're adopting the resolution, number 2, F2.
I'll move F2 then.
And it passes.
One further comment, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
On this whole issue. I think maybe we need to rethink our position on these 501c3 organizations that exist within these areas, and maybe eliminate them or give them a reduced contribution, some way to recognize the fact they are providing a public service, and they ought to be treated a little different. They are from this tax standpoint, as Councilman Greenberg pointed out, and I just think we need to look at that, and if the state statute allows us to do that, we might want to consider it.
You would have to either, really the only way you could do that right now would just be to leave them out of the assessment district. Just exclude them from the assessment district.
But that wouldn't preclude us from moving forward and doing something a little differently, not on this particular issue. I think this one's dead. I mean, dead. It's over with right now. And but as we go forward, our whole policy ought to be reviewed, I think, to ensure that we're not unduly burdening nonprofits in these areas.
I think from what he said, though, we do give them a break. If they're assessed at zero, if there are two primary variables, one being front foot and the other assessed valuation, if assessed valuation is at zero, they're going to get a pretty substantial break over who their next neighbor might be.
That was exactly what I was going to say. It's a district-by-district decision, of course, but in this particular downtown district, them not having to pay on their assessed value does give them a pretty considerable concession.
Okay, so the Variety Health Care Facility is on the books at zero?
For the assessed value portion of the equation, but not on their linear frontage.
But who put it on? Is that a reflection of what the county assessor decided to do?
Yeah, we use the county assessor's values from the previous year.
But the county assessor is making this determination for us then?
Yes.
Thank you.
If I may just say, I'm sorry, go ahead, Your Honor. Well,
Greenwell, go ahead.
thank you. To get the exemption from a county assessor standpoint, it's not just the fact that you're a 501c3 organization. They go through their review process and they evaluate what the organization does and if it's more of a charity standpoint and not just a tax-exempt organization. So they do go through
and they also make sure the use of the building is for the exempt purpose.
Yes.
I've just been through that with the client, and if the building's not being used for the tax-exempt purpose, you're not exempt. So when they get a zero, that means they own the 501c3 owns it, and they're using it for a tax-exempt purpose.
Yes.
So, does that require the 501c3 to occupy the entire building? If they were a renter, for instance, and rented the first floor?
Well, you might stretch it to a renter, but it's going to have to be a renter that's somehow very closely involved in the 501c3 mission. You couldn't just rent it to an insurance agency, for example.
But if your client owned the building in one of the assessment districts and rented out half the building, for instance, to a 501c3, how would that be reflected on the rolls? Would the county assessor make some kind of adjustment due to the fact that part of the building is used?
I doubt it. The 501c3, in my experience, and David has more experience than I have in this area, but in my experience, a 501c3 has to, one, own the building, and two, they have to use in pursuance of their 501c3 stated mission. And if they don't use it for that purpose, if it's used for some other purpose, rented to another party or anything like that, then they would lose that zero tax exemption, and their assessment in this case would go up if that happened.
We will look at that. We think there may be an instance downtown where a for-profit is renting almost the majority of the building to a nonprofit. I think the county did take that into consideration, but it didn't give them a full zero, but it did reduce their assessed value.
And in this, excuse me, I was just going to point out their assessment is $85.56, Variety Healthcare. So it's
for their annual assessment for this?
It looks like it, yes. So it's not substantial in this case.
Get rid of Dover, they could pay that.
But if an organization, if they refer to themselves as a faith-based organization, then they would be totally exempt from any assessment. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'd have to have that conversation with our attorneys to make sure we were interpreting it correctly, but that's correct.
And each one of the districts have their own assessment?
Well, yeah, like Stockyards, Capitol Hill, they're going to have a different assessment methodology than downtown.
But the exceptions apply to each one of the districts?
Yeah, the religious exemption occurs in the state statutes that enable us to create these districts. So that religious exemption carries for any district that we create.
Your Honor, may I just really address Pat's suggestion that we do look at it for futures. In this case, it's not a very large amount of tax, but perhaps it's important for us to try to be consistent where we can be, say, with the county assessors. On the other hand, to see how much we may be giving up would be important. But I do think it's a point that we should at least consider going forward. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this? G, motion. It's also asking for the emergency on G.
Move the emergency.
Passes. H, it's in Ward 3. It's in reference to amending street signs, one-way streets, school days only, restriction on South Tulsa Avenue between Southwest 26th Street and Southwest 27th Street. 2, a do not enter from 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. school days only.
Yes, has anybody signed up on this?
No, sir.
This is an attempt to resolve a situation that many of us face with schools in our wards. I have 3 other schools where the police department, our traffic engineer, Stuart Chai, and the school administration are working very feverishly to try to make for safe egress and ingress into the schools, to pick the kids up and to lead them off. This is an attempt to do that in this area right here. Let me encourage all citizens, please, to be patient when you're in a school zone, especially one that's having challenges. Hopefully this will help relieve some of those challenges. I'd like to move it for approval.
Vote. And it passes.
Your Honor, can I ask you again another general question? Sure. Does the city have a policy for no parking signs on residential areas, or do we consider it on a case-by-case basis?
Someone here from staff that could... Bob, you want to take...
I think we can get back to you on that. I think that we do have a policy that it goes through Traffic Commission, but we'll find out and get back with you.
Because I've seen some sort of unpleasant neighborhood fights between parking and no parking signs, and we go put out no parking signs, and a month later we get a petition to take them out, and 2 months later we get a petition to put them back in. And so it's something that we need, I think, to have some kind of guidelines to use we can give to a potential citizen coming in, potential applicant for no parking.
I know that goes through traffic, and we'll get back with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Moving on to 8H2. This is also in Ward 2. It's to establish 90 degrees angle inset parking on Northwest 54th Street from North Portland Avenue to the end of Northwest 54th Street as a public right-of-way on the north side.
They signed up. Move the item.
No. Okay. H3, removing the no parking anytime restriction on the north side of Northwest 31st Street between Northwestern Avenue and North Ollie Avenue, and it's also in Ward 2. Councilman Shadid?
Anybody signed up?
No.
Move the item.
Okay.
Second.
8H4, remove the no parking anytime restriction from 12100 Old Forum Place to 12120 Old Forum Place in Ward 8. So it sounds like they just want to move the no parking down a block from where it's already is. Consistent with what you were just saying, Councilman Ryan.
I think I'm moved to approve this, but I'm not sure that we'll have the same issue sometime coming back, please.
You want to move it back in a couple of weeks?
Probably so, but I'll make the motion again. I'm easy.
Okay. And it passes. 8I is a public hearing regarding the ordinance adopting the designating of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code. And is this our new books, Kenny?
Yes, the city clerk's done most of the work on that.
All right, Francis, so you get all the credit for the new books?
Well, yeah, if it's if it works for you. The codes The books will be available next Tuesday after the ordinance is adopted.
Okay, all right. It's moved and seconded and approved. What color are the books?
They are green to go with the culture.
Okay, all right, thank you. J, public hearings regarding ordinance relating to advertising and signs, amending Chapter 3 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code. Or is there anyone here, is a public hearing to speak on reference to 8J, all of these?
Yes.
It seems like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 individuals, citizens who've come to address this issue. And your name, sir?
My name is David Cheek. I'm an attorney representing Brahms Dairy and Ice Cream today.
Okay.
We are opposing this ordinance. We were not involved with staff on their investigation. Staff found, from their investigation, what they believe is a 36-foot menu board usage. I will tell you, Brahms has got 23 locations within the Oklahoma City area. We use boards as big as 50 feet. You will hear in a minute from one of the witnesses that as of the first of the year, the federal government is going to require us to put nutritional values on each and every item on our drive-in boards, which is going to require us to enlarge them. We also use placards on the side for advertising, which expands us beyond 50. So while I respect staff's efforts, I respectfully disagree with their conclusions, and I think you will hear some other restaurants have the same issue. Secondly, the ordinance as drafted is virtually unworkable in our position. It requires that the signs be oriented or constructed to be not to be read off premises. Well, we've all been through drive-in windows, and they've got to be oriented to the driver's side, which is next to the building, which means the sign has got to be oriented towards the property, not towards the building, or no one can read it. So how we could comply with this ordinance in any of our drive-ins is beyond me, frankly, because it will be oriented towards the perimeter. Now, sometimes that perimeter is an alley, sometimes it's an adjoining commercial property, sometimes it's a residence, sometimes it's a street. It doesn't say that it has to be read from off premises, it just has to be oriented to where it cannot be read off premises. I'm not sure what that means. With binoculars, you can read a lot of things. There are no standards for us to go by to understand what we would have to do to comply with this ordinance as it's currently proposed. The way that this is drafted, this intends to exempt certain menu boards from the ordinance, yet staff has found that the rest of the ordinances don't cover menu boards. So there's no permitting process for us, or permitting standards for us to look to if we want to build a bigger board. Because the way this is drafted, if it's under 36 square feet, we don't have to get a permit. Implicitly, if it's bigger as we're currently using it, we would apply for a permit. But the regulations don't cover these, according to staff. So it's, again, Brahms would like to comply, but we want to know what we're going to have to do, and we don't believe this statute as drafted accomplishes what staff intends to do in the way of regulation. And drive-in boards have been in existence in the town for a long time. They've never been regulated. I'm not sure why it's necessary to regulate them. I understand the need to control traffic and distract traffic, but drive-in boards don't do that. They're designed to be read by a driver close to a microphone, and they're generally up close to the building because that's where we're delivering the product. And why we need a regulation at all should be the paramount question. We would like to see this rejected, but if it's going to be considered, we'd like it rethought in what this statute or this ordinance as it's drafted really does, because it really is unworkable. We cannot figure out how to build a drive-in menu board that would comply with this irrespective of size. For all those reasons, we'd like to see it turned down.
Thank you, Mr. Cheek. As Chris Graves.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Chris Graves. I'm Assistant General Counsel for Sonic, 300 Johnny Bench Drive. I'll be very brief. Mr. Cheek covered a lot of the issues that Sonic has with this. Suffice to say that Sonic respectfully requests that you vote to deny this ordinance. Particularly, a couple of issues that have come up with us in particular is that in the memorandum from staff to the council, it was specifically addressed to the drive-through order board. But when you look at the ordinance language, the specificity towards the drive-through menu board was eliminated, and it's more broad than that. It covers any order board, and as you know, Sonic has a number of menu order boards in their drive-ins. We'd like that at minimally clarified that this ordinance does not apply to the smaller menu boards that you find in a drive-in type restaurant. I think the stated purpose in the memo was that it was only to apply to the drive-through menu boards. In addition, we do agree with many of the things Mr. Cheek has raised as far as what why this needs to be regulated, because they typically are not oriented in a way that would be distracting to a driver on the street. They're oriented toward the customer, and so that particular section of the ordinance is a little vague and hard to, I guess, hard to understand in a way that would be easy to implement into a design. Finally, I think as we move in our industry and in many industries in a digital way, we're concerned about the limitation to the 20% limitation on digital use. I think, who knows where we're going with technology. It changes on a weekly, daily basis, and I think we would see, and I think some of these others would see a future where digital technology would be such that it would occupy more of a percentage, I guess. I don't know where this 20% figure comes from, whether it's just an arbitrary figure that has been plucked out of the sky, or whether there's some empirical evidence to indicate that there's some reason that it should be there. But in any event, I think the overall ordinance, at a minimum, needs to be reworked and rethought out, and maybe including in that process some of the people in the industry that are going to be most affected by it, and perhaps in a very negative way, that would impact our ability to do business and the way we do business. So for those reasons, we would respectfully request that you deny this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Jose Santiago.
Thank you. I'm a McDonald's franchisee in Oklahoma City, and I speak for all my fellow franchisees in Oklahoma City. We respectfully oppose this ordinance for the reasons already stated. We are, after all, retailers. We need to be sure that our customers see our products, understand the message in our products. There are many regulations that will be coming down with respect to menu labeling, etc. We really see no good outcome from this ordinance. So we respectfully request that it should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago. Jim Hooper.
Thank you very much. My name is Jim Hopper. I'm the president and CEO of the Oklahoma Restaurant Association. We represent about a little over 500 locations in Oklahoma City. They don't all have outside menu boards, but many of them do. I just wanted to say a couple of things. My remarks will be very brief, just like everybody that steps up here says their remarks will be brief. But one of the things that was mentioned in that the staff had gone out and said that they were proposing this ordinance to comply or to mirror what current industry practices are. And I will just tell you that yesterday I did a really short survey of several of my members, some of who have spoken today, and I can't find anybody that has an outdoor menu board that is 36 square feet. They're all already larger than that. So we're not sure where that comment comes from, but it's certainly not the industry practices that we know about. There's also been made reference to the federal government and the Food and Drug Administration as part of the health care law that was passed last year that will go into effect in 2014. Part of that law also had what is called the menu, in common terms, is called the menu labeling law. And in the Federal Register that was published in April of this year, the preliminary rules from the Food and Drug Administration have come out on the issue of menu labeling. And just very briefly, I will tell you that the federal law says that any restaurant company that has 20 or more locations nationwide is going to be required to comply with the menu labeling, the calorie, nutrition counts, and those kind of things. And that's a good thing. I mean, the restaurant industry is supportive of that. It is going to be complied with nationwide. The Food and Drug Administration has told us that by the end of the calendar year 2011, this year, that the final rule will be issued with an implementation date 6 months after that, which would be this time next summer. And I would just refer to you a couple of things in those regulations in the Federal Register. It says that the menu boards, which would be the primary way that a customer figures out what they're going to order at your restaurant, is going to have to comply with the menu labeling regulations. So that means that a drive-through restaurant, that's where they're going to order because it's going to be delivered to their car. So that menu board is going to have the menu labeling regulations on it. And it's very, very clear in the regulations and in the rule that, and I'll just read to you from the Federal Register, that the Food and Drug Administration is proposing that the calorie declaration must be no smaller than the type size of the name or the price of the associated standard menu item on the menu. That means that on these boards, these drive-through boards, in addition to the information that's already on the board that is large, and those boards are larger than 36 square feet, they're going to have to comply with this law, provide all of the menu, nutrition, and calorie counts on every single item that is on their menu board. We would respectfully tell you that this isn't going to work. These boards are already bigger than 36 square feet, and they're going to have to add information to it. So we would respectfully request that this council, as has been said, take another look at this. We'd be glad to work with the staff. We'd like to be involved in these kind of issues, but we just don't think it'll work the way it's written. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, City Manager, it sounds like perhaps we didn't meet with industry as we put this together.
I would ask Bob Teener to come forward and address that, and whether or not at the Planning Commission there was discussion from the industry representatives.
Well, there was a inquiry from the industry from a restaurant company that wanted us to review their menu boards because currently the only thing that deals with menu boards would be an informational or directional sign, which in our ordinance only allows 4 square feet. So we tried to work to get something to give them the ability to do the menu boards that they need. Apparently the size that we proposed is clearly not big enough. So I'd ask that we probably strike this and let us meet with them. I have their names down. And the concern you have here that we have is that some menu boards are being used as advertising, and most properties are already regulated in the sign ordinance for the amount of advertising. But I don't have a problem meeting with them and coming up with an amended ordinance or a new ordinance that will address their concerns and the federal guidelines that are going to come out. And we'll do a better job of getting everybody involved that we can.
Thank you, Bob. That really was going to be my suggestion, is I think we need to gather everybody together that's impacted by this, and given the new federal regulations, we are going to have to be a little bit more sensitive probably to. Thank you.
And it does appear that we won't need to strike anything today because what's on the agenda is only the public hearing, not the adoption of the ordinance. So I think the public hearing clearly has been addressed.
Mr. McAtee, Councilman McAtee.
Yeah, Bob, if you were to work with these gentlemen and other interested people and come up with a recommendation, would that go back to the Planning Commission then and then come to us?
That's what we do. We take it back to Planning Commission first and then come back to you.
That would be my suggestion right there.
Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman Greenwell.
Not to confuse things, but I do think this particular issue does need further review. And personally, I've never had too much problems with any of these restaurants that have been represented this morning as far as their menu board. But just to throw this out, I would, and maybe it's a separate meeting, like for the staff to begin thinking in terms of what process is needed to look at limiting the size of signs in general. And I'm thinking in particular like monument signs. When you look at certain communities such as Edmond and Norman, they have limits on the overall size of signs, and I'd like to see the City of Oklahoma City to begin looking at that. It would be a long-term process, I understand, grandfathering existing signage, but I do think it would only improve the appearance of the city if we did begin looking at some kind of limitations on signs in general, not these menu signs. I couldn't really speak on those, but just signage in general. Thank you.
Bob, what was the factor that initiated the ordinance? Well, it's proposed ordinance in the first place.
We had a sign company that came in to get a permit for their menu boards because they knew that they exceeded the size that's allowed as an informational or directional sign.
Okay.
And then as we reviewed it, there's really not any, there are no provisions in the sign ordinance to deal with these on-premise directional signs that aren't intended to be advertising signs. So what we tried to do here is to allow those signs without requiring a permit, but we clearly didn't go far enough in our investigation, and that's what we'll do. I think Councilman Greenwell's, that's probably two different, issues. We need to address our informational signs on premise to allow them to to do their drive-throughs. Then the overall signage is probably a separate issue that we would
Councilman White.
It seems to me maybe our whole premise is flawed. Just because there's not a regulation doesn't mean there needs to be one. I've never had it. It's not on-premises menu boards at drive-ins that I think contribute to sign clutter. When I look around at signs, you see much more problem with big signs, monument, like as David said, monument signs. Once you get into the drive-in, the idea that we're going to restrict what goes on that board, the federal government's already going to change that dramatically. They're going to have to reduce the size of it to keep the sign from blocking the view of the whole building. So I just think our premise may be flawed when we think that perhaps there's no regulation, so therefore there should be.
The other side of that would be that if there's not a regulation, then they can't have the sign, and that's not our intent. We want them to have a reasonable sign.
I understand, but I just think that we ought to take a look at that. That just
okay.
I don't know. We have to do anything. This is a public hearing. Is it set for another hearing?
Yes, you have set an actual schedule, and so it's set for final hearing next week. So it can be, staff will
it needs to be
list that with a request to be stricken.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay.
Any other discussion? Well, we're just announcing that we did have a public hearing was held. Any other discussions? Okay.
The action will be stricken rather than deferred.
The item was set for final hearing on October 4th. So on the October 4th agenda, it will be listed, and then it will be included under uncontested continuances to be stricken so that staff can rework the item.
Maybe I'm confused, but continuance and striking have two different, they're two different actions.
Well, I think what she's saying is, well, today we acknowledged that we had a public hearing.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And it is set for October the 4th.
Right. There's no item on our agenda today to vote on that ordinance.
Right. The system's working the way I hoped it would work when I suggested it some time ago. The public hearing was held, and we get fresh ideas and a new perspective. Right. And we can go back and rethink this thing. But I'm confused as what our action is next week. Are we going to defer it, or are we going to strike it?
I think what we need to do is strike it, because the changes that are proposed are substantial enough that we would not want to bring that item back and with just minor amendments. We would want to have some time to rework it, obtain input, and then redocket it.
And start the process all over again.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. That makes sense.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to 8K, public hearing regarding ordinances relating to food and beverages amending the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, Chapter 21, on special event license and license fees.
Do we have staff that's going to speak to this a little bit to expand?
Anyone sign up?
Actually, staff did speak to this at the last meeting. Bob Tiener is available should there be questions. Bob, you want to just come forward and summarize what this item does?
This item is intended to make some clarifications in our current special event food license. We've added the word food to clarify that it's different than the Low Point beer ordinance that you approved earlier. It clarifies that the length of the special event's now 14 days as opposed to 30 days. It matches an existing definition that was in the ordinance. It also clarifies the situation with nonprofits, that there's no fee. That's been City County Health's policy, but it had never been in the ordinance, so we're clarifying that. So it's really just the intent is a cleanup here. We also have changed the fine to a different class where theoretically you could get a $500 fee, $500 fine if you're in violation of the ordinance, as opposed to our regular fine.
But just to clarify, this is more of a cleanup on existing ordinances, and we are working on some other changes with regard to mobile food vendors and all the other issues.
This ordinance change was actually in the works because of other issues that had arisen prior to any other issues that had come up recently. So, yes.
I just want to make it clear that we've got two parallel tracks working, and that this is more of a housekeeping issue.
That's correct.
Than it is a revamping.
Yes.
That we're working toward.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the fine for the violation of this, it increased from $500 to $1,200? Is that?
That's correct. It went to where you could have a jury trial if, at some point. That's correct.
Any other discussion? Okay. Motion? Passes. L is the ordinance to be introduced, set for a public hearing on October the 4th and final adoption on October the 18th, relating to used or secondhand goods, dealers, junkyards, and amending the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, Title 54.
Mr. Mayor, this is an item that is proposed by the Police Department, and Chief City is here to address the item.
Chief?
Thank you. Some of you may remember in 2008, when we were having a significant problem with copper thefts, which we still have a significant problem, but in 2008, we attempted to make some changes at the state legislature, and we worked with the recyclers for several months in trying to get the state law changed that would really basically require further restrictions on recyclers and purchasing copper and other items that were being stolen on a regular basis. That was passed in 2008, went into effect November of 2008, 2008. And as a result of that, at some point we wanted to be able to create a city ordinance where we could actually, instead of having to take all these cases to state court, we could actually file charges on them in violation of those types of charges in city court. So this ordinance that we're presenting to you today basically mirrors the language that we worked through both with recyclers and with state legislators when the law was passed in 2008. There's really not any difference. It just allows us to be able to use that language and create a city violation so that we can actually, instead of having to, we can write tickets for the first two offenses, those types of things, and be able to deal with it hopefully in city court and get voluntary compliance at some point. The law itself, the municipal law itself, addresses, the main areas it addresses is registration, requires them to do better registration for the purpose of recycled materials. It documents the seller information, photographs, photocopies of driver's licenses, vehicle descriptions, those types of things, so that we can go back and investigate in case something's stolen. It allows law enforcement to do inspections. It also requires recyclers to provide the register within 48 hours of any purchase, because they have to register every purchase. And it also forbids the purchase of certain properties, such as catalytic converters, things like that are highly abused in many cases. It does exempt certain sellers. Those sellers would be contractors, plumbing contractors, electrical contractors, major companies that deal in that type of property legitimately and are licensed to do so. So there are some exemptions, so it does not affect private businesses. It allows for the first two offenses to be basically Class A's. Basically, a ticket can be written, it can be dealt with like almost a traffic citation. The third offense would actually go into jury trial, be a Class B.
Have you looked at, I recently read an article about a community that licensed sellers. And if you just as an individual, if you want to sell your aluminum cans, well, you could get a license very simply. It didn't cost anything. You get a license. But if you want to sell more than once every 6 months, you had to have a license. And I just wonder if that wouldn't stop some of it. You look at the things, if you could go to any recycler right now and you stop and just watch what's going in there and watch who's bringing it in there. I mean, it stretches your imagination to believe all that salvage. I mean, copper coils just cut up, just chopped up, freshly cut. You can look at the coil itself and you can see it's just been cut. It's patina all over the copper except at the cut where they just chopped it up to make it presentable.
Here, I was just the one talking about don't regulate things. Just because we don't have a regulation doesn't mean we need one. But when you look at all the things that are going on with regard to the sale of this stuff, it just seems to me that thinking outside the box on how to do it might be well worth it.
And we'll look at that. There's some things, other things that we've looked at since the passage of this. I mean, that we had talked about maybe including in the ordinance. But at the same time, it's something we probably want to change at the state level also, because you can change something at the local level, but it still doesn't affect them stealing it in Oklahoma City and taking it outside Oklahoma City unless it's addressed at the state level also. And that was the reason to get the ordinance passed at the state level. Now, aluminum cans, for example, are exempt in this ordinance, where you can go out and collect aluminum cans and turn those in. We don't have a big problem with people complaining about their old aluminum cans being picked up and used, but, like I said, this does allow for licensing. I know, I'm just kidding. But we can look at that because, again, that's why the licensed dealers, companies, electrical companies, plumbing companies, building contractors are still able to go because they do have, leftover, goods and things that they want to
Well, that's the way this deal was set up. There'd be certain people that could have a license and they would just be authorized sellers. But the people that are just bringing a truckload in today, and it's all cut up copper coils, they'd have a hard time getting through that.
Well, I know since the passage of this, we've worked a lot closer with the recyclers, and there's a lot of good companies that they do recognize some of those types of things, and we work closely with them to address that and check things out. There's a lot of fly-by-night. You end up having recyclers coming in for a weekend and working out of the back of their truck, and those they're the ones that violate and just about take anything that comes through their door. And some of these types of standards really prevent them from doing those types of things. So, but we will look at some other things. I know there's some other things that some of the states are doing.
Chief, I just want to say I really appreciate it. I've had so many citizens call, and particularly after they've had a theft, and ask, what kind of teeth are there and what we might be able to do to help. So I really appreciate it.
When you gave the positions back in the last budget session, we actually what we've done, and the reason we want to get this passed is we've created a copper theft unit. We have 2 officers now, since we got some of those positions back, to do nothing but address this issue and work with the recyclers and enforce this law.
Great, thank you.
Chief, the penalties do I understand this, that a person would have 3 convictions and still remain in city court on this?
It doesn't have to. If it's an ongoing problem and issue, we can always take it to state court. Say if we have a 3rd violation, the option would be either to keep it in city court or take it to state court and attempt to get their license pulled. We'd have to take a state charge. We can still take a state charge. If we're having a significant problem with a specific recycler, we still have the option of going through state court and then at some point filing for a revocation on their license to deal at all.
I just think that the severity of this issue is such that I would like to see that option exercised more, because there are so many people who have absolutely no place to turn to that have been ripped off and robbed by these people who are just going out, preying on churches. I mean, so many religious institutions for the last 5 or 6 years have almost gone broke behind having to replace their air conditioning systems. And, I support you 100% in every way as it relates to this endeavor, but I would just like to say that I think we need to put a little bit more state enforcement as opposed to holding these cases over here in city court. To me, if a person is going to do this 2 times, that's bad enough. I mean, if you consistently buying and violating, and this property is coming from homeowners, it's coming from businesses who, there's people who have put in so much money now trying to build a building having to pay extra security, having to pay, there's a company on 50th and Lincoln, they've had to install, cameras 24/7 just to prevent this type of theft on their property to try to get the building up. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilman McAtee.
Question. What I heard you say, Bill, is that with the new budget, you've added 2 additional officers to attack the problem of copper theft?
That's correct.
And so a situation like, I know whether Pete's been briefed by his brother or not, where over a weekend at the office complex where his brother has his barbershop, they came in and stole all the copper off all the air conditionings on the rooftop. Hopefully with this aggressive enforcement coming in, that we'll see a decline in activity like that? That's the intent?
That's the intent. We hope so.
Now, has the initial law that we passed several years ago had a positive impact on trying to curtail some of that?
Yes, I think, it obviously has. At the same time, you can have a law, but if you're not aggressively enforcing it, then, they figure that out pretty quickly. And until recently, like I said, where we were unable to really put our focus on and have the additional manpower to specifically address that, and I think that's going to make a big difference because they know we're going to be out there. Not only are we going to be working with it to enforce it, but we're going to be working with recyclers, to really be at their beck and call and address some of their issues and concerns, because not all of them are taking, stolen property knowingly, and a lot of them work with us. So I think it should help us to address that as long as we're being able to be responsive to that.
The other only comment I would make is mirror what the mayor said. This minor penalty on the first 2 offenses, I'd like to throw the book at him right from the start.
Well, I think it's kind of like any other ordinance that we have. If you have a state law that if the DA won't take it, say it's not 3 strikes and it's only, $100 worth of property. Now, if it's air conditioning, which is our largest problem, we had about $37 million worth of coils and things stolen. That is our biggest problem. Those types of things in most cases will be taken to state, but if for some reason the DA won't file that, then we have the option of taking it back to city court and filing a city charge, a little bit lesser charge.
Is the state statute, is it required that they have a registry that to record the identification of the individuals that's selling the property to these dealers?
Yes, sir.
It is?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Discussion? Motion? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
So moved.
To 8M, public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. Is there anyone here to speak? We don't have any sign up. Okay. 8N, public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Is there anyone here to speak on that? Motion? Is there someone here?
Good morning, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Lacey Kelly. I live at 8800 South Drexel, number 910 in Ward 5. I represent Laura Hughes, who's the property owner for 2623 South Central Ave, a.k.a. 2631 South Central. It's kind of funny to find ourselves at this hearing today because the code inspector who's been working on the case with Ms. Hughes has repeatedly assured us that we did not need to be here today, that it would be taken off the docket because it, in fact, has been secured. But we came anyway, so that's a good thing. I have photos of all the structures being secured. I don't know who I should give those to.
She can give them to me.
Wasn't this one that was taken off the docket when we went through
The dilapidated was taken off, the secured was not. Okay. As soon as we verify this, we'll remove it from being in violation.
So, Charles, is it...
We'll just leave it on, and as soon as we'll send an inspector by and it's cleared off, we'll clear the complaint.
Okay. Second. Thank you. Moving on to 8O, public hearing, resolution authorizing acceptance of a joint award of a justice grant with the Oklahoma City Police Department. Is there anyone here to speak on reference to this? So, second? Passes. 8P is a revocable right-of-way use permit, and this is Elemental Coffee Coast Roasters, LLC, to hold the H&8th Night Market, September the 30th and October the 1st, West Parking Lane on North Hudson Avenue between Northwest 7th Street and Northwest 8th Street, adjacent to 815 North Hudson, Ward 6.
Thank you, Mayor. Laura, I see that you're here today. Would you like to come up and tell us a little bit about the event? Good. This is, and as you're coming forward, for those in the audience and our viewers, this is a follow-on to an event that attempted to occur a couple of Friday nights ago, and Laura and all of her vendors and our fabulous city staff have all worked together very closely. I think downtown Oklahoma City's been directly involved in all of the permitting, and so we appreciate everybody's time and attention to making this work. So share with us a little bit, Laura, what's happening.
Good morning. Our intent is to have this event every month. We would like to gather food vendors together at our space at 815 North Hudson to get community to come down to Midtown and enjoy some delicious food from all the food trucks that are available in Oklahoma City. This time we'll have music by Kyle Dillingham. We're very excited about that. And we're going to have Coop Ale doing some beer through Ludovine's Catering. That's it.
But we have all of our permits, and you've worked...
We have everything in place. We're just waiting for you guys to approve this morning. And
great.
And we're all set.
And I think I saw in the memo that you're expecting perhaps as many as 500 people to come down over the weekend?
We're guessing, yeah. We're ballparking based on what happened last time. We think there were about 200 or more people there last time when we did not have the event, and so we're expecting a bigger turnout this time.
And the hours of the event?
Starting at 8 and closing at 2 a.m.
So I need to remind myself it's not starting at 11. It's starting at 8.
Right, starting at 8, and music stops at 11 because the noise permit stops at 11. So
good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would move approval of the permit.
Is there a motion? Second.
Made and second.
Moving on 8P, High Plains Events, LLC, to hold the Gazette Halloween Parade, October the 29th, downtown and Midtown. It's Ward 6's.
I was going to say, I'm looking down this list.
Here?
Ward 6 is busy for the next couple of weekends. Linda and
Y'all
Bill...
just party all the time.
We're just partying in Ward 6. Linda and Bill Bleakley are here to tell us about the parade. Good morning.
Good morning, Council people, Vice Mayor. I'm Linda Mioli. I'm Vice President of Tierra Media, Inc., which is the parent company of High Plains, the organizers of the Gazette's Halloween Parade. This is our 5th year. We're really excited. We grow every year. I think the crowd just really loves a Halloween parade, and we're glad to put it on. I was just here to tell you 2 things. The route of the parade this year is going to be the same, only backwards. We're going to start downtown on 3rd and E.K. Gaylord and end up on Walker and 13th. And the second thing is that we've changed our name, if you've noticed, from the Gazette's Ghouls Gone Wild Halloween Parade to try to make it a little shorter so people will know who we are. And it appears that somewhere when the document left our office to you, they changed it again. The name is Gazette's Halloween Parade, not Gazette Halloween Parade. So come on down, October 29th. It starts at 7 o'clock at E.K. Gaylord and Northeast 3rd.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Linda. Really fun event. Lots of folks come out and line the streets. I appreciate everything that you do to make this happen. I know it's a huge event. I generally see Bill and Linda out the day before the parade, putting out cones, putting out barrels, marking the street. It's a real hands-on labor of love, and we appreciate what you do for downtown. So I would move approval.
It passes. P3, My Bike Store, to hold a Schlegel Fest, October the 2nd. Parking spaces adjacent to 900 North Broadway, Ward 6.
Another party in Ward 6, this time on bikes. At this event, is anybody here from Schlegel's? You, Jennifer, why don't you come on forward? Jessica, I'm sorry.
I'm Jessica, Schlegel Bicycles. We are having our annual customer appreciation event, and it's held in our parking lot on private property. And we've come up with an issue with having big truck tacos on the private property, so we're asking to block off 2 parking spots for them to park for the duration of the event.
All righty. Any questions? I'd move approval. Good luck with the event, Jessica.
Thank you. 8P4, Rebuilding Together, Oklahoma City Incorporated, to hold the Rebuilding Together 8th Annual Construction Derby, October the 2nd, and on Northwest 5th Street, North Shortell Avenue to North Walker Avenue and North Lee Avenue, Ward 6.
Who's here today? Is anybody here from Rebuilding Together? I don't see anybody. This is another really fun event. People build their little derby cars and race them down the hill. I saw that Councilman White are you a judge? You're a finish line judge, I think, along with your partner in crime, Ron Milligan, I think I saw, and Pickle and I are serving as entry judges. So it should be a great afternoon. I was there last year, and the smell of cheeseburgers cooking on the grill was more than I could stand. So I recommend that everybody come down, and again, I'd ask for approval of the permit.
And it passes. 5, Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation Incorporated, to hold the Susan G. Komen Race for the Cure on October the 15th, downtown in Bricktown, Ward 6. Is there anyone here?
Good morning.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. I'm Elisa Pope. I'm with Susan G. Komen, the Central and Western Oklahoma affiliate for Susan G. Komen for the Cure. We are totally excited about this year's event, with it being our 18th race. We invite each and every one of you to come down, although I understand that downtown will be extremely busy on the 15th. Not only are we having our race, but then also the dedication of the new Myriad Gardens is opening as well. You all have our revocable permits as well as our closing, street closings and barricade plans. However, there is one change that we would like to make to the street closings. The race is scheduled to start at Mickey Mantle in Reno. We've asked if we could block off the west curb of Oklahoma Avenue in Reno to allow safety for the participants of the race.
Francis, can we make that modification here?
Is Bob Tina here?
I believe this would be a traffic commission matter. Is
Stuart Chai, Bob.
Stuart Chai available, or perhaps Eric?
Or Eric Weiner.
Could address this?
I don't have Stuart here today, but I can definitely get back and respond if we need to. But
Okay, Francis just indicated that we could make that amendment here today.
I believe that's correct.
If you don't have any
We have no
particular
objection.
issues. Anybody have any issues?
Do we need to have a motion for the amendment? Ms. Pope, could you restate your request?
Yes, we're asking that we have the ability to close off Oklahoma Avenue on the west curb of Reno. The starting line for the race is actually Reno and Mickey Mantle. So we're only asking about another 50 yards to block off traffic to allow the staging of the race participants for starting.
So is there,
Staff did receive the request prior to the meeting, and it was reviewed, and it is acceptable to staff. And so this did come up with Stuart Chai earlier, and so this was the amendment that was proposed, and so we are agreeable to this.
okay.
So then I guess I would amend my motion to incorporate the west side curb of Oklahoma into this
Well,
resolution.
incorporate the amendment.
Incorporate the amendment.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pope, and you have a great foundation.
Right.
Let's see where we're at now. Number 6 is Toyscapes Incorporated to hold a manifesto October the 15th and the 16th, West Sheridan Avenue between North Churchill and Dewey Avenue and North Lee Avenue between West California and West Main Street, Ward 6.
Is there anybody here? Oh, good. Good morning.
Is there Allison May?
Yeah, we do have a change to our street closure. We have decided to scale back the event a little bit, and so instead of Sheridan between Chartel and Dewey, we'd like to change it to Chartel and Lee to include the intersection of Lee and Sheridan, but not the intersection of Chartel and Sheridan. So one block.
Okie doke. So they're making this smaller. And Francis, were you able to get that information? Yes. Already. Tell us a little bit about the event. This is a really fun event. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, we're excited. It's the first one we're holding. It is a unique attraction to the neighborhood. It will be in celebration of the modern male. So we're going to have food trucks, a beer tent by Coop Ale, a wrestling exhibition, a hot wing eating contest, and other games.
But there's also an street art component to it.
Yeah, we're doing an upcycled art challenge. We have 4 local artists that have created pieces of art out of trash that has been donated by our sponsors, and so that's going to be on exhibit as well.
So 4 different sponsor companies donated a truckload, basically, of trash, recyclable materials.
Yep.
And 4 different artists were selected to create a piece of public artwork from that trash. And you'll be unveiling it that day?
Yes, the 4 pieces will be unveiled. They each have a theme of a macho movie because we are on Film Row. So we wanted to tie it back to that. So it's like Terminator and Clint Eastwood movies. And so yeah, really excited. And the winner, chosen by a panel of judges, will receive $5,000.
Great, wonderful. I would again move approval for the permit.
Councilwoman Salyer, could we find out if do you have a map of the new
I did.
boundaries?
I was working with Downtown OKC, and I have one that I've drawn also.
But why don't you bring that forward and submit that as part of the request? Thank you very much. So again, we'll need to incorporate the amendment into this request and to shorten the street closure as requested.
Thank you.
So if anybody thinks things aren't going on in downtown Oklahoma City, there's a whole lot of activity happening that appeals to a giant range of folks, family events, evening events, street derbies, art, all sorts of things going on. So please check your calendars and come on down to Ward 6.
Number 7, the United Methodist Church of the Servant to hold the Fit to Serve 5K, October the 1st, 2011, North MacArthur Boulevard, from 142nd Street to Northwest 155th Street, within the Deer Creek Village Addition, Ward 8. Councilman Ryan.
Are you going to explain a little bit about your event?
Yes, I'm Don Garrett with DG Productions. This is the second annual 5K we've had there. Last year we had a great event, about 150 people. We hope to be between 200 and 300 people this year. Had no incidences last year. Everything went smoothly.
And people are used to that MacArthur being closed up there, because it seems like every other weekend we have an event that closes MacArthur, so it should cause no problems. I move approval.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. And Q is a revocable permit with the Oklahoma City Boathouse Foundation to hold the annual head of the Oklahoma Regatta and Festival September the 29th through October the 2nd in the Oklahoma River surrounding the area from the Burlington Northern Railroad Bridge east to the Eastern Avenue in Ward 7. Is there anyone here from the Boathouse Foundation Regatta? Well, we all know the success of this organization and the fine work that it has made for the accomplishments of the river, and so get a mover. Second. And it passes. Moving on to our resolution establishing a citizenry advisory team for the city's new comprehensive plan, OKC. Is anyone from staff here for that?
Yes, Susan Miller and Russell Klaus is here from
Russell.
staff to address any questions that there might be.
We had a conversation with most of you, except Councilman Greenwell, who we have a meeting with later this week, to discuss this item. As we move forward with the development of our new comprehensive plan, Plan OKC, we believe it's important to engage a broader group of people in a leadership role to represent the interest for the plan, and that's our intent with the Citizens Advisory Team. It's a fairly common concept elsewhere. It's important for ensuring that there is that full community engagement in this plan, because, as I've mentioned to you on numerous occasions, it's not a planning department plan. It is the city's plan. It really sets the direction for what Oklahoma City is going to grow into in the next several decades, and it's extremely important for us, and therefore we want everybody's participation in it. And I'll be happy to answer any questions on it. The recommendation that we've come up with is obviously a compromise solution. We took the input, we made a couple of minor changes, and I'd be happy to entertain any other dialogue on that.
Russell, could you, for purposes of our listing, those citizens who are watching and may review the council later on, could you give the number for individuals to contact or to call if they want to get involved with this OKC plan?
They can call our office, 297-2576. It's also accessible on the OKC, on the website, planokc.gov. And we will be taking applications for participation on this team until, I believe, November the 10th. So anybody who has been involved or who would like to be involved, we would strongly encourage them to fill in an application form and submit that to be considered for this. It's a very important role. The Citizens Advisory Team, we intend, will probably meet over the next 18 to 24 months, probably about 15 meetings. Those meetings will be facilitated. On the docket today, we also had another item where we will be engaging a facilitation team to support this, because the number of issues to be addressed is so broad and comprehensive, and clearly there won't be agreement on everything, but the point is that everybody work together to develop a document that is in the best interest of the community as a whole. So everybody who's going to serve on this will have that as their primary motivating reason for serving. It's to develop something that is for the best interest of the whole community.
Thank you, Russell. Motion. Passes. Now we're moving to S, resolution directing city staff to include $8 million of the general fund unbudgeted reserves in a budget amendment to provide for 80 lane miles of additional resurfacing for the city of Oklahoma City streets.
Mr. Mayor, you may recall that this item really became a matter of discussion during the city's budget adoption process. Then during the last several weeks, the finance director, Craig Freeman, made a presentation to the city council regarding the use of fund balance, and staff at that time was directed to bring back a resolution in this format. However, since that time, Councilman Shadid has raised several questions and issues regarding the matter and has requested that 2 other items be docketed regarding this. So I suggest that these items that he has included under items from city council members at 11C 1 and 2 be brought forward for discussion at the same time concurrently so that the issue can be resolved together.
So we have the resolution, which is S, and Councilman Shadid has 2 resolutions, C1 or C2, is that correct? In different language. And C1 is a resolution providing that $8 million from the unlisted portion of Proposition 1 of the 2007 General Obligation Bond authorization be used for street resurfacing needs in Ward 1 through 8 of Oklahoma City. Or Resolution 2, directing city staff to include $7 million of general fund unbudgeted reserves in a budget amendment to increase the general fund budget to provide for additional resurfacing for city streets in all wards, excepting those streets within Ward 2, and additionally directing city staff to use $1 million from the unlisted portion of Proposition 1 of the 2007 General Bond Obligation for street resurfacing needs in Ward 2. So, Councilman Shadid, I'll defer to you to further explain your concerns as it relates to your 2 resolutions.
For the public, what's happening is that this is a resolution to direct $8 million of the city's fund balance, or basically its rainy day fund, for street resurfacing. It's 80 lane miles. A lane mile is different than a mile of roads. If there's 4 lanes in a road, then that's 4 lane miles, not 1 mile of roads. And I think that on hearing the proposals, it's going to be much less than 80 lane miles. Based on what's presented in Ward 2, it would be about half that. But my concern is that this is not an appropriate or wise use of the fund balance, and even if it was, this is not the right time to do so. Revisiting the April 1997 City Council resolution that set the parameters for the fund balance, and my understanding is that resolution is still in effect. When in April of 1997, when we established the parameters for the fund balance, we set it at about 6 to 10% of budgeted expenditures of the general fund. In the last year, and that's generally where it's been, in the 6 to 10% range. In the last year, we increased it up to 15%, which is unusual. So it's at a much higher level than it traditionally has been. The resolution states, quote, "Fund balance should not be recognized as revenue to support ongoing operations in the annual budget," end quote. The implication of that over the years is that when we've had budget shortfalls and we haven't been able, and we've had to let go of city employees, we couldn't go into the rainy day fund or the fund balance to hire additional personnel or save those jobs, or it couldn't be considered. We said that it has to be appropriated only as a budget amendment, which we've done here today, but then we said any resolution amending the budget of any fund to recognize an appropriate fund balance shall state the reason for the amendment and the estimated impact upon reserve levels, which does not appear we've done here today. It states, "The city shall attempt to commit any growth revenue from non-recurring revenue sources such as the fund balance to non-recurring expenses such as capital expenditures." And then, inexplicably, it says, "and street resurfacing." So street resurfacing is mentioned at the time as a non-recurring expense. I would take issue with that street resurfacing is a non-recurring expense. I believe it's a recurring expense, not only is it a recurring expense, it's an insatiable recurring expense. It is going to be a problem and a very pressing problem for us for the foreseeable future. I think that by dipping into the fund, by increasing the fund balance to 15% to untraditional levels and then dipping into it for what I believe is a recurring expense, I think you open yourself up in the future. Let's say that we're in arbitration, we've had to let people go, or we can't, where a judge has to look at this. I think any judge would see through, just because we're calling it a non-recurring expense, I think that they would see that we have moved large amounts of the general fund into a fund balance and then said, well, it can't be tapped, but now we're tapping it for recurring expenses. I think you open yourself up in arbitration if we have to let go of any of our 4,300 city employees in the future. I think that this is not the time to tap into the rainy day fund. In 2009, the fall of Lehman Brothers and then mortgage-backed securities led to a domino effect in the global plunge. I'm not sure that we are not on the cusp of that right now. We have the unprecedented potential event of the default of a major European country, that being Greece. Portugal, Italy, Spain, and Ireland are potentially right behind. Nobody knows how that default would metastasize through the system. We saw just with Bernanke's comments last week, the stock market plunge, Oklahoma City companies, oil and gas, Continental Resources, Sandridge, Chesapeake, Devon, all plunged 10 to 15% in 1 week, and that's before we've even had the default, potential default in Greece. I think that if you have a rainy day fund, if you thought it was important to increase the rainy day fund to 15%, then keep it as a rainy day fund. Don't dip into it and go on a spending spree on the verge of an unprecedented potential global meltdown. There is already a mechanism to address street repaving. The voters in 2007, on December 11th, 2007, came out. There was a severe ice storm which suppressed turnout, but still we had the vote. It was an $800 million bond. It's as big as MAPS 3. And $500 million. We said to the voters, we need $500 million to repair Oklahoma City streets. And the voters approved that, $497 million. Now we're coming to them 4 years later and stating we need to dip into a rainy day fund for street repaving. The voters gave us a $51 million blank check. They said, of the $497 million, here's $51 million, which is not committed to any street project. Just if you have shortfalls or you have something that comes up in the future, here's $51 million that you can use for street repaving or widening or whatever you need. We've used about 40% of that so far. There's an argument to keep some of that as contingency in case you have cost overruns or whatever, but I would argue if that happens, which could be many years from now, dip into the fund balance at that time. But you've got at least $30 million that you could use for street repaving from the 2007 bond. Ward 2 has more pressing needs. I have gone to neighborhood association meeting after neighborhood association meeting where construction or development has led to drainage problems. There's flooding of homes. I've inherited Nichols Hill Suburban from Pat. There's 100 people in there last month, and I have to just say to them, there's nothing we can do. We have to wait till the next bond project, and we'll put you at the front of the line. Now, 3 weeks later, we're going to vote. Ward 2 gets $1 million, and we're going to repave May Avenue. That if we were going to repave, I mean, there are streets, and residential streets in Ward 2 where the potholes and come up to my knees. There are drainage problems that if we're going to spend $1 million on public works, Ward 2 simply has more pressing needs. I would argue that rather than dip into the rainy day fund, we access the $51 million in uncommitted funds to pay for this street repaving. Short of that, if a majority of the council wants to dip into the rainy day fund, I would ask that we not have the majority of the council dictate what Ward 2 would do, and that at least Ward 2 would get that $1 million from the 2007 bond and potentially spend the money on what's more consistent with the desires of my constituents. Thank you. Now, there is another resolution on vehicle per day counts, but I guess we'll do that later.
Your comments, Councilman Shadid, was addressing 1 and 2
Yes.
of the resolution. You also, and I'm, to the rest of the council, I think in order to, in the interest of time, and to try to keep this within the same frame of substance, that Councilman Shadid also had on B, items from council, another resolution as it relates to this very same issue, I would say. So it's a resolution providing that all listed street projects within Proposition 1 of 2007 GO bond containing streets with a daily vehicular count of less than 4,000 vehicles be placed at the end of the bond program, with construction on said streets to be started only after construction on listed streets projects within Proposition 1 of the 2007 GO bond obligation with higher vehicular counts are stated and are completed. Councilman Shadid. So,
Your Honor, I would think those are entirely different items, and I think we ought to discuss them separately. The only relationship is roads, and they're an entirely different aspect of road construction within Oklahoma City. It seems likely that if we brought the two together, we might confuse the issue some. I think they ought to be considered separately.
well, the only reason why I say that I believe it's the same because the whole issue of the resolution was driven behind S, which is a resolution to address the issue of streets and resurfacing of streets in each ward. But if the rest of the members would prefer to address the resolution on S and then vote on the resolution that Councilman Shadid just finished discussing, or if you have any comments that you would like to make in response to Councilman Shadid.
Well, I agree with Pat. The $8 million is not dealing with the listed 2007 bond projects, and that's what the other issue is about, whether you move those around or back or forward. Let's deal with the $8 million issue first, and then we'll discuss the listed projects out of the 2007 bond later. I don't know of any of the streets in the 2007 bond that are being addressed in the $8 million.
Well, are there any comments in reference to Councilman Shadid's resolution then?
Well, just a question. If we took the $8 million out of our fund balance, what would our balance be at that point in the funds?
It is in the memo, it's 12.3%.
I realize that.
12.36%.
But people may not read the memo.
Right.
So we as I recall, and my memory certainly is not very good, and when we established the 15%, that was an upper limit of a range. It wasn't a target. And I think that the 12.43% puts us within the range that we adopted that day. And I suggested the 15% not as a maximum, there was some talk of it taking it to 16%. And I felt that there was a tendency maybe to oversave, and I hate to use that expression. I've been the pessimist on the council as far as economic future is concerned. I realize that. But so I think that we're not doing significant damage to our reserve having it at 12% after we take out this $8 million. And so I think that maybe is a concern that we should be conscious of, but we address it, I think, with the amount of money we take out based on the amount of money we have in the fund. The second aspect of it is invading the GO bond fund unlisted projects dollars, is that those are contingency dollars. And if we can find a way to achieve the improvements that our citizens really demand. If you look at the survey, road condition is their number one concern. And drainage is down there, but it's a lesser concern. And there are pockets of drainage issues in the city we have to address. But I think being able to use this $8 million to fix streets in Oklahoma City is consistent with our past practices, consistent with what the citizens want, and a good business practice. So I have some difficulty with your amendments from that standpoint.
Mayor,
My question...
White.
What?
Yes, Councilman White.
I thought you knew who I was.
You can talk.
Okay. When we previously had it, and it was 6 to 10%, when we took money out of the of that fund balance, did we ever take it below 10% when we did that?
Yes.
We did?
Yes, when the range was 6 to 10%, we did sometimes take it below the
Okay.
10%.
I thought it was always that we were above 10 and we took it back to 10, but that, you know better than I. Okay. That's my first question.
On that question, I might know better than you.
Okay.
Not on everything.
But the second is, I do have a tendency to agree with what Councilman Shadid says about the timeliness of doing this with regard to the economic situation. But since we have a history of doing this in the past, both spending the money for street resurfacing and spending it below our upper target limit, spending down below that, I think we'd have to have a policy change really in order to do it differently. I mean, I don't think there's anything inconsistent with it, because this is how we've done it since we first started talking about this. So in that regard, but I am a little bit troubled about whether this is a good time to do it. I'm going to go along with what the wisdom of the council is today with regard to the majority, but I do think we ought to think very seriously about what Councilman Shadid raises about whether or not it's timely to be going into the fund balance at all for any reason, given the economic situation. I mean, it seems to me that you can't pick up the paper and look at anything that sounds like good news. I mean, everything sounds like bad news. And Oklahoma City has been very blessed to have ridden the crest of all this, but I think that we need to keep our fingers crossed that that's going to continue, because this fund balance, while it sounds like a lot of money, and 15% sounds like, or 12% sounds like a lot of money, it actually is, as is included in the staff report, is just 6 weeks operating money.
But as my understanding, that 6 weeks is predicated on the fact that the city would receive no revenue. I
understand that, right.
Which I think is we see a reduction in revenue, but to see no revenue whatsoever is probably a stretch.
But it is not a giant percentage of our income, and if we had, of our operating costs, and if we had something happen unforeseeable, like a failure of a major European country, and the ripple effect of that came to all the industry that's in Oklahoma, I think we might look back at this and say this wasn't a wise move. But this is how we've done it in the past. We've dipped below our target. We've spent it on this kind of thing before, and I know the majority of the council thinks we ought to do it this time. I do think, though, it's a little misleading to talk about the high percentage of people that are involved that complain about roads versus drainage. You only complain about drainage if you live in a situation where you have a drainage problem. Everybody drives the roads, so you're going to have more people complain about the roads than you ever will drainage. Drainage is going to be a horror story for someone that lives in it, though. And so I think they're a little bit of apples and oranges kind of comparison to compare the two, really. The other thing that I think is that when I looked at the list of projects for my ward, I was a little bit disappointed in that, and I know my constituents aren't going to like this, but I was a little bit disappointed in the fact that complaints outweighed traffic count and condition. If a road if you have a lot of people call and complain, well, then that road's going to get moved way up on the list compared to going out there and looking at the road and determine it's a rut rather than a road. And looking at the traffic count, one traffic count may be 2 or 3 times what another one is. Yet if there's enough complaints on the one that's in better shape with lower traffic count, it gets moved up on the list. and Dennis and I have talked about that, and I've got some concerns that that's not the proper way to analyze which roads get fixed. I mean, it ought to be based on traffic counts and condition of the road, with complaints being last. And I don't want to discourage people from complaining but I just think it's out. We're putting the weight on how we do it in the wrong spot when we use that formula and weigh complaints that high. Again, I'd to go on into the other part of the amendment of Councilman Shadid's resolution. I don't see how we can, and I told him earlier that I didn't that I might not have any problem supporting the 1/8 thing, but I don't see how we can do that. I don't see how, as a group, we can treat one ward differently than another. I think we've got to our credibility and what we've done in the past has based on finding consensus and going forward. And while we've had some situations recently that have been contentious, we have reached consensus at the end of them, and we've moved forward. And I think to start to parse out things and treat a ward differently based on that one of us or two of us might think is a better way to handle things is a slippery slope that I just don't think we ought to go down. Again, when I talked to you about this earlier, Councilman, I said I probably could support that. But the more I think about it, I just don't see how we can do that and pull out one ward. I'm being redundant, which is what I always do. I'm going to stop.
Councilwoman Sally.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment with regard to the point that we've, I guess, allocated or spent about 40% of the current unlisted project fund. And it's my understanding that we're only about 4 years into the bond issue projects because of the fact that we've had lower bond sales every year than we anticipated. So on a 10-year time frame, Dennis, is that correct? So 10 years in, we've obligated somewhere between 40 and 50% of that contingency, and we've only completed 4 years. So I think we have to be very cautious, number one, about guarding those contingency funds and not using those. And I'd like to echo Pete's comments, and I shared these directly with Councilman Shadid, that I feel very strongly that we should not treat wards differently and that we should not single out sources of funding for one ward versus another.
Any other comments? Councilman McAtee.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. As a councilman, I see a dual role involved. I see meeting the demands or requests or needs of my constituents in Ward 3, and also trying to do things that will be beneficial to the city as a whole. And when I balance those two, it's no secret that I'm in favor of this since my name is associated with it. I have some concerns about the future economics condition of the world, if you will. But I read also economic forecasts that say that the growth in the gross national product of the European area is forecasted to be in the 1% to 2% range, which is not healthy, not exuberant. The growth for the GNP in the United States is a similar kind of flat 1% to 2%. Then I look at our current budget conditions that we're in right now and our need for a balanced budget. And I believe that we can prudently take $8 million out of our reserve and use it for a one-time, non-recurring expense of repairing specific roads. In my conversations with Dennis Clowers in Public Works, Pete, I had a little bit different take in that we looked very heavily at traffic count and ratings in the listed of roads, the 5 or 6 roads that would be resurfaced should this be approved. And that's not going to settle everybody's requirements for paved roads, because the requirement to resurface roads in Oklahoma City far exceeds what can be done with this $8 million. But it is a step forward in saying to our citizens, in Ward 3 anyway, I've heard your request. Here's some money that I think we can prudently allocate to those roads which have the lowest rating, the highest traffic count, And hopefully, our budget condition will be the same next year, where we'll have another 8 or 10, some other number. If things go south, we'll have no money. We used to do this on a regular basis at the end of the budgeting process, and we always allocated because our citizens said, Council, roads are our #1 concern, and that doesn't diminish the fact that there are drainage issues out there and other very valid projects. So all things being said, I'm very highly supportive of this, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do the resurfacing that's encompassed in this $8 million. Thank you, Your Honor.
Comments from anyone? We are now at the point where we need a resolution, we need a motion. And I think since...
I'll move 8S. Well, I think, can somebody address, I would like somebody to address the idea that this could put us in peril if we ever find ourselves in arbitration, and that the idea that this is not a recurring expense is somewhat disingenuous. Can somebody respond to that?
In general, a capital expense is considered something, a major improvement to a road that is specific. So since we are identifying that there are specific projects associated with this, it would not be considered a recurring expense. In the event, for example, that we were saying we were going to fund a unit of operation in the city with $8 million that would begin working employees and trucks and purchasing asphalt, that would be considered an operating expense, and that would be what we would say in the fund balance policy should not be funded. But the specific nature of the projects make them a non-recurring expense.
How long does a brand-new asphalt road typically need, or at what point does it need to be resurfaced?
I'll defer to the engineer in the audience.
Typically, if we've got a brand-new roadway that we've built from scratch, you should expect a 20-year life before you need to resurface it.
And a concrete road?
Upwards of that, maybe 25.
So if you resurface a road, it's going to be, you're going to have to do it again. It's a recurring expense every 20 years.
Yeah. Recurring every 20 years is not the same as having to put money in the budget every year for that particular item. If you pave a road, you don't have to have money in next year's budget for that road. That was a one-time expense and that road was done. It's the same with any capital items that we buy. We buy a police car or a fire truck, that's a capital expense, that's a non-recurring expense. But that doesn't mean you're not going to have to replace that at some point in time or repair it as you go along. But you don't have to allocate yearly budgetary monies for that particular item that you just bought. And that's, in my opinion, that's what makes it the difference in recurring and non-recurring.
If you take a long enough time horizon, there's no such thing as non-recurring expense except maybe the purchase of land. You go out and build a building, a capital expense. You have to maintain that building at some point in its history. At some point in its history, it may be totally leveled. But it was a capital expense and not a non-recurring expense, although there may be some recurring expenses associated with the operation of that capital. Take a long enough time frame and everything's recurring, except maybe the purchase of land.
I think that the argument you're going to make to an judge is that you're not playing a shell game with the general fund is that, I mean, if you, by that token, you could hire 400 city employees. You don't necessarily have to keep them the next year, so it's not necessarily a recurring expense. You could keep their jobs this year, and you're not committed to.
But I think we'd have a difficult time with an arbitrator if we suggested that, yeah, we're going to hire these 400 people, we're going to give these people a raise. It's only good for a year. At the end of the year, it goes away. And I think we'd have a difficult time with the bargaining unit accepting a proposal like that and an arbitrator supporting it.
I think at this time we have went far and beyond where the resolution is, and I think the fact that we began to discuss issues in reference to legal matters that are not part of the resolution, we need to be careful as we continue this discussion, and I would like to call for a motion at this time. We have a motion. We have a second on S. And vote. Yes, pass.
7-1.
Eight yes. Okay. So it passed. Now, yeah, we pass. Now we vote on the resolutions, Councilman Shadid's resolutions. Why don't we go back to the...
The Councilman Shadid's items? Yes. First on S, Councilman Shadid accidentally had his on to vote for the item. He actually wants to be shown as voting against the item. Do you want another vote? Okay.
It's one man, one vote.
For the final vote.
Okay, now that vote is clear on Councilman Shadid's item.
I didn't vote.
Yes, you're voting.
Okay.
So on Councilman Shadid's items, there's several ways procedurally you can handle that. He may want to make a motion for one of them and see if he gets a second. If it dies for lack of second, he may want to withdraw it, or someone may want to make a motion to table it. You could make a motion to table those or to strike them. You would not want to pass one of the other two if you pass it. Yes. Otherwise, you would have to be directing $16 million instead of just $8 million. We actually, we had brought them up. Yes, you can, Councilman Shadid has in effect moved to withdraw them, and if he gets a second on that, you can vote on that, and then they're withdrawn.
But that's we're going to keep it in the order.
C1 and 2 removed forward. 11C 1 and 2 removed forward. B was not moved forward.
No,
so.
10C.
Correct.
10C
Is it
1 and
10?
2.
Okay.
10C 1 and 2 was brought forward, and he's moved to withdraw it. Okay. So it's been moved and second that Councilman Shadid's motions, resolution of 10C 1 and 2 be withdrawn. It passes. Now we're back at 8T to approve the Oklahoma City Metropolitan Area Public Schools Trust Amended Program Implementation Plan. Wait a second. Yes. 8U, it's an appeal by Reader General Contractors Incorporated of the denial of as a Class A building all contractor by the Pre-Qualification Review Board. Is there Mr. Bryce Thompson and Wes Reader?
Good morning.
Your name, please?
I'm Bryce Thompson. This is Wes Reader.
Your address?
Address 3005 Altamere Drive, Fort Worth, Texas, 76116.
Okay.
Earlier this month, we received a letter notifying us that we were denied our pre-qualification for a building all Class A contractor. This came as a surprise to us, and then after reviewing the reasons why, we actually understood, and you could even might say we agreed with it. Although, however, we believe the information that was reviewed was misleading and some of it was inaccurate. You all should have received a packet that we put together to specifically address some of the issues, along with providing additional information and corrected information, specifically with our equipment log. That was just basically a misunderstanding on our part. So we have corrected that, and that was resubmitted. I also have some additional information that I would like to submit that I did not have at the time I did that. It's,
Your Honor, before we go too much further into this, I'd like a clarification as to the City Council's role in this matter. In my opinion, and it may be wrong, is that our role is to ensure that the process was proper, not that the facts lead to any different conclusion. Now, because if we begin to look at the facts, then we begin to take the responsibility away from our staff. If we're uncomfortable with what they've done, then we have other revenues to change it. But in my opinion, what we're looking at this morning is a review of the process that was used to reach this conclusion. And that's because that's just my opinion. I would be delighted to have somebody that took exception to it.
Craig, do you want to address that?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Craig Keith with the City Attorney's Office. The appeal that's before you now is pursuant to a resolution passed by the City Council back in '97, which provides that the City Council would hold a hearing to determine that whether or not the appeal and the pronounced, I'm sorry, I'm reading from the wrong section. Switch gears. Too many pads. Still too many pads. I'm sorry. I'll have to do this from memory. The appeal that's before you is to review the actions of the Pre-Qualification Review Board in this case, denying the classification requested by the applicant. There is not a further definition in the resolution itself as to more details in terms of the process.
On the council memo, you'll note that it provides that, I don't have the resolution for pre-qualification, pertaining to pre-qualification in front of me, but it provides that the City Council may sustain, qualify, modify, or reverse the determination of the board. Unless the resolution itself, Frances is gone, she might know, specifically limits you to just procedural issues. I believe you can take any action that you determine is necessary based on including the facts.
If I may, real quick, Councilman Ryan, I understand your position, and from our standpoint, we were actually, as far as a clarification from what I guess what we're requesting is we're respectfully requesting that not necessarily to overturn the decision, but I was informed that you guys have the power to send it back to the board, which meets next, the first Wednesday of every month, which will be October 5th.
Well,
and that's what we were hoping for.
Mr. Reeder, will you explain the whole process in reference to the appeal process?
Back in May, in order for a contractor to bid specifically the maps.
We understand that. I'm just asking you, were you given all the procedural processes that your company could revisit in reference to your denial? Because the process states that you can appear back with your pre-qualification application 6 months.
Correct.
Afterwards. Did you understand that?
Yes, we did. And one of the main reasons why we were denied was because of our references. And there were several references that are included in the packet along with other ones that were not contacted due to several reasons, being, changing employers, and they were not able to get in contact with them. Some didn't return phone calls, and things like that. So we just would respectfully request that those references also be considered, and they weren't at no fault of the review boards, but they were not, considered during the review process, and we were just asking to submit them.
How would we consider references if the references don't respond?
I completely. I agree
think
with you.
it's, I think this goes to the point of if all the proper information was not received, then you can't evaluate it.
Correct.
Well, wait just a minute. I'll give you a chance.
Okay.
Yeah. But as I understand, there were several references that did not respond, and there were some references that did respond, and the references that did respond were not so favorable to your company.
Correct.
Right? And this is, I don't want to put out a laundry list of negativity about your company because I don't know your company. But I'm just wanting to find out are you here to ask this council to reverse the decision?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Although, as stated in the code, you guys have the power to do that, but we're not requesting actually.
Okay.
We were told you have the power to send it back to the review board, which would be October 5th, in lieu of waiting the next 6 months. And so I guess really what we're just asking to review it again with the updated information next week at the next meeting instead of waiting 6 months. I guess is to put it that way.
Can I hear from Eric?
Absolutely. Let me respond. The 6-month requirement is actually an internal policy that was set by the department several years ago. We could waive that internal policy. The resolution does not actually have a 6-month rule, so we could hear the case with the updated information that's been provided by the contractor at next month's meeting.
We've been given quite a bit of updated information. Has anybody on the staff reviewed it?
We are reviewing that now, and that will also be a part of the pre-qualification board's review at their regular meeting. So the board will hear the new information. We obviously will check the additional references that were provided, and then we'll make a determination at that time.
Well, it sounds like that gives us a pretty clear shot. We just asked the pre-qualification board to reconsider this based on the new information. And if the information is persuasive, then you might reverse your decision. If it's not, you confirm it, and then we can start the appeal process over again.
Correct.
I'd just make a motion to remand it to the pre-qualification.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Vote.
Thank you. Thank you.
B1, resolution of the City Council of authorizing and directing municipal council to enter into an agreed settlement. City of Oklahoma City versus Paul Friedman. Motion.
And unless there are questions on that, we do not need an executive session, but
It didn't.
no.
No. It's approved. W, claims recommended for denial. Is there anyone here in reference to claims recommended for denial? It's under W1. We have Mr. Ardell Cudjoe. Come forth, Mr. Cudjoe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Cudjoe. Ms. Cudjoe.
My wife has a statement that she's going to read on behalf of the both of us. Just prior to that, I would like to say that we are Cedric and Adele Cudjoe, C-U-D-J-O-E. You have us listed on the agenda as Mr. and Mrs. Cudjoe. If I'm not mistaken, that's a movie about a mad dog. However, we do appreciate an opportunity to be here in order to have our voices heard this morning. And at this particular time, my wife will read a statement that we have put together for this purpose.
Good morning, and thank you for your indulgence. We well understand the rainfall of our city that our city experienced on June 14th of 2010 was indeed unusual. Likewise, however, the rainfall which caused similar flooding in our neighborhood in the year of 1974 was likewise unusual. I cite the reaction of our city government to the 1974 flood in support of our claim. Following the flooding of Deep Fork Creek in our home in 1974, city officials came to personally view the damage and at that time actively supported efforts to improve the terrain along the creek behind our residence. It is our understanding and verified by city officials that the city does have the obligation to maintain the portion of the creek which extends from Kelly Avenue to the property directly adjacent to the Davis residence. Our home is west of that, so we're within that area. Following the flood of '74, the city was actively involved in the placement of riffraff and rerouting of the creek for the purpose of preventing additional erosion of personal property in the neighborhood. As verified by Mr. Weiner, Director of Public Works, city officials are responsible for periodically checking to be certain, in his words, the creek is free and clear. In the denial letter regarding our claim from your legal department, it states, just before June 14th flood, an employee in field services checked the creek on June 1, and no maintenance of debris removal was necessary at that time. I questioned Mr. Weiner what exactly maintenance involved in that presently a large portion of the riffraff and some of the trees which were on our property now rest in the creek bed, some nearly about to fall. I submit pictures to you supporting my statement. I do not understand how the city, on one hand, embraces the effort of 1974, but since that time has chosen to be reactive rather than proactive in keeping good commitment, honest commitment to what they made to us in '74. I am acutely aware the creek beyond the Davis residence is not maintained by the city. However, I point to you the debris which rests few feet away from the property line that's maintained by the city is city property. My contention, therefore, is simply this. The debris, as the pictures to support, is largely riffraff and trees. As I stated to the council in my previous presentation in defense of our claim, we do not contend the city is solely responsible for the damages. It is our contention, however, that the impediment of water flow adjacent to our property did and continues to be hampered by the improvements or lack of improvements that did not and does not exist since 1974. The question I pose is this: in that the water flow in the creek is impeded by debris once placed on property maintained by the city, only feet away from said flooded property, is the city not in some degree responsible for the damages caused? The rainfall, yes, was an act of God, but the end result of the rainfall was not caused by our Lord. For all the forestated reasons, we humbly request that you consider your part in this demise that we have suffered. Do you have any questions? And I thank you for listening.
Councilman White.
What's the difference in this case and cases like those along Lightning Creek where we bought out people's homes? What's the criteria difference?
You know, along Lightning Creek, we bought homes all up and down the creek.
all the tributaries to Lightning Creek, we bought homes all along there.
You know, I need to do some additional research, but we do have areas of creek that actually have dedicated drainage easements that are city easements for purposes of making those type of maintenance improvements. In the case of the Deep Fork, we actually don't have an easement. It's actually ODOT right-of-way, but we have an agreement with ODOT to do the maintenance of that creek. And so I think there's probably a difference there on ownership that might have more to do with that, but I can research that and get a better answer back to you.
I think Councilman White is also referring to flooding that occurred and then was declared a disaster, and then FEMA assisted us in a mitigation grant in that area.
I mean, if that were the case, that would be more of a FEMA, federal-type disaster aid declaration. I don't believe that's something that the city would have normally addressed, and that doesn't mean we would not have made application for, but I believe most of those have a threshold at which they can be applied for. There has to be a certain level of damage before the application can be submitted.
A number of homes, I think.
I think it's a value, a dollar value that has to be met to be a valid application.
Just wherever people live, it seems to me if they, either they ought to move or we ought to facilitate them moving. One of the two. You can't. This kind of thing can't go on. It doesn't go on. I can think of places along Southwest 66th Street, I believe, between Walker and Western. 2 houses were purchased on that. Just 2 houses were purchased along that little tributary to Lightning Creek. It flooded, as far as I know, it flooded one time. Now, this is the second time this is flooded. I'm not sure about the value of the claims, especially the next one, but I just don't see how we can not accept some responsibility for this. Look at the pictures that she shows about the debris in the creek. We let people build houses there. We issued building permits a long time ago and said you can build a house there. Now half their backyard is in the creek because the creek has continued to erode. I don't know whether legally or not that gives us culpability, but at some point you have a moral responsibility, it seems to me, when things don't go the way they're supposed to go, and they repeatedly don't go the way they're supposed to go, that at least we have to look at it rather than just saying, well, you live on a creek, that's too bad.
Your Honor, I have a question, and I don't mean to interrupt Pete, but our system's designed for a 100-year flood.
Our channelized flows are for the 50-year event. In this case, we actually maintain the major creek that Deep Fork is. It actually has some FEMA mapping that shows where the 100-year floodplain is and the 500-year. So we actually have accurate reflection of what that looks like.
But when we sent an inspector out there to look at the condition of the creek, he was looking at the condition of the creek in terms of a 100-year flood.
He's looking at the conditions of the creek for being free and unobstructed. So if we find debris in the creek bottom, if we find trees that are protruding into the channel, if we find that grass is taller than 6 inches, that is then addressed either through removal or through mowing to make sure that it is an open channel to convey that water.
Even though we don't have an easement on that property?
Well, in this case, we have an agreement with ODOT. Yes, we don't have an easement, but we have an agreement with ODOT to maintain a certain section of this that's just north of the neighborhood that have seen these recent floods.
I understand that, but a creek's a long thing.
Yes, it is.
And you can have an event that is triggered by a blockage not adjacent to this piece of property.
That's possible. And in this case, the portion that the city maintains is about a third, maybe up to a half, of the distance between Kelly and Grand Boulevard. We maintain the western portion. The eastern portion is owned privately, and those are private properties. I mean, that adjoin that portion of that creek, and so we don't maintain that.
So at least theoretically, we could have cleaned out the portion that we're talking about and still had a flooding event.
And in this case, the event that was experienced in June of 2010 exceeded the 500-year event.
Yeah.
So based on the data, it would have exceeded the banks. It was not going to contain itself within that channel.
But Eric, let me rephrase my question. We have a ODOT agreement to maintain a section of this creek.
Yes.
And if we had maintained it 100%, the requirements you just listed, because of some upstream event, we could still have flooding there.
I guess that's possible. But I mean, we're unaware of any obstructions. But yes, I guess it's possible.
But may I add, sir, the debris that was on our property is now upstream, downstream, and has impeded the flow of the water. And that's the essence of my concern, is that riffraff should have been maintained by the city. And it's a tragedy what exists upstream. My pictures are really not as clear as they should be. Part of the bridge fell in downstream. And there's a tree growing taller than my husband over by Tinseltown in the middle of the creek bed. Now, I understand that's not city, but it does exist in Ward 7. Thank you.
You know, I think one of the big issues here is that the city gets directed, I mean, we get accused of issues that belong to the state of Oklahoma, issues that may have jurisdictional control, controls from the Corps of Engineers. And I had a concern from the beginning as it relates to the citizens who were affected in that particular area. And on 2 occasions went out and visited with the citizens and made an effort in every way to make sure that the proper information that we could evaluate based upon the creek, based upon the conditions, based upon who had maintenance control, and of course based upon something that none of us have control, and that's God. And I think that the efforts that we have used to try to find out, you know, as much information we could, even as it exists now, there's areas in that creek that has absolutely nothing to do with the city of Oklahoma City.
I understand that.
And I sometimes wonder why those issues are not being addressed by other entities. But Amy, you had worked with the request that I had made to try to find out as much information in reference to this. Is that correct?
Yes, and Mr. Winger's division was able to come up with the information on that, and the state owns all of the creek between Kelly and MLK.
And it's owned by the state?
Yes, that is correct. That's the information we received.
And that's the north and the south side?
Both sides of the creek, the entirety of the creek, and even a portion of the property that abuts Mr. and Mrs. Kedjo's backyard. Their backyard does not extend all the way to the creek and into the creek.
Eric.
Just as a small clarification, so ODOT has a right-of-way for Interstate 44 on the north side that does go all the way to Kelly into from Kelly to MLK. But on the south side, there are some private ownerships east of the neighborhood. There are other individuals that own the southern bank of that creek. So, I mean, there's multiple ownerships that are involved. But ODOT, or the I-44 corridor, the north side is all owned by ODOT as a part of that channel.
We are constantly talking about what ODOT owns, but you have to keep in mind what he previously said. It is the city's maintenance agreement with ODOT. ODOT is not supposed to keep that section of the creek cleaned out. He just stated that is the city's responsibility due to an agreement with ODOT. Am I not mistaken?
I think he said it was a section of the creek.
And that's the section that we're concerned about.
Well, I don't know if that's the section.
Now, there's property in our neighborhood where that creek used to run that don't have very much of a backyard anymore because the city chose to be reactive in correcting it instead of being proactive in correcting it. Now, the last time I was down here, I stated the fact that the riffraff is in the creek, erosion is taking place on the bank, tree roots at the top of the bank are exposed. Before long, the trees will be in the creek. We're wondering, are we going to be reactive again and lose property? Or we want to be proactive and try to correct it before it costs more to correct it by being reactive?
If I may, Mayor, we actually have two issues. The flooding issue that was experienced, again, the riprap that's being mentioned is a bank protection method. Normally you can see these as large white rocks that are on the embankments of a lot of the creeks, and it's to prevent erosion. The inspections that we had leading up to, and we had some inspections before the June 2010 floods, suggested that it was free and clear, and the riprap is present there. There is some missing sections of riprap, but that wouldn't have impeded or lessened the flooding that occurred. The channel was free and clear. When I met with the residents about a week ago, I mean, we were made aware of a lot of the erosion concerns that they have, and we do have field staff that are now investigating that, but that is a separate item for us to consider, and we will get back with them on the response as soon as they've had an opportunity to get in the field and check the condition of the tree roots, of the missing riprap, and some of the other erosion concerns.
Does the ODOT agreement require us to maintain the creek bed in terms of erosion, or just as a drainage channel?
The agreement is just an area. The actual performance is a city contract that we use throughout Oklahoma City for channel cleaning and maintenance. And so it's actually a maintenance agreement that we have in-house.
But is that maintenance agreement, Eric, covered maintaining this particular stretch of creek as a drainage facility and protecting it from erosion, or is erosion part of that agreement, or part of our policy?
Erosion is not part of that agreement. Erosion is just a part of general city maintenance that we would have street and drainage crews inspect and maintain as necessary. It's not a part of the agreement.
But the improvement was made to prevent erosion. And when you say free and clear, yes, behind my house, it's free and clear. 2 feet away, because the riffraff is there, it is certainly not free and clear. Am I correct?
The latest reports we have is that the channel is free and clear. There's no debris.
Behind my home.
There's no debris in the channel in the maintenance area.
If I'm not mistaken, I wanted to make sure I heard what was said properly. It is not a part of the agreement to maintain the riffraff to eliminate erosion, but the city does do that part. Is that what I heard you say?
The construction of the channel was actually performed by ODOT as a part of the I-44 project. So the channel that was straightened was a part of the drainage improvements as a part of the highway project. And at that time, that is when the erosion controls were put in. We are maintaining channels. We're not improving those channels further. There's not a current city project to do additional drainage improvements as a part of the channel. It's an ODOT property that we have a maintenance agreement for.
But did I hear you say that the agreement does not call for you to take care of the riffraff, eliminating erosion, but the city does have crews that do that? Did I hear you say that?
We do that as a part of maintenance, yes. And so
Okay.
we base that on inspections that are done by field crews, and that's a maintenance, but it's not an improvement, no.
Okay.
But can you remind me how we came up with $53,243?
Certainly. The amount that I put in there reflects the improvements that are the replacement of things that our home once had. Now, have I spent that total amount of money? No. I have given the city council, our attorney, copies of all of the monies that we've spent thus far, and it's well over half of that. However, at this point, we've gone as far as we can to put back our home the way we had it.
Plus, take care of some things that were damaged or destroyed by the flood that the city codes caused us to have to replace. I have a steel fence in my backyard. The flood waters pushed the fence over, knocked my gas meter over. Gas escaped out there for 24 hours before anybody knew what was happening. But as a result of this new OG&E deal that's going on, I had to remove that meter and put another meter up back behind my house. And that cost me $700 to get a plumber just to move the gas line inside the house to where the new meter was going to be. But just things of that nature. Having my fence put back up, furniture that needed to be purchased, all rooms of the house, things of that nature.
So the figure is simply to put us back where we were, but we have not spent that because we don't have that to spend. So we have spent well over half of that, though, getting it back to some reasonable.
And did you have homeowners insurance?
Yes,
Homeowners
they don't
insurance
cover.
doesn't cover flooding. And we did have flood insurance, but only on the structure.
You had flood insurance.
We had flood insurance only on the structure, not on the contents.
The claim is for our contents, not on the
Not
structure.
on the structure. Our flood insurance on the structure took care of our home. Did not take care of those items in the yard outside the home, but they did take care of things as far as the house itself was concerned. All of the content in the house was not covered under homeowners or flood insurance. It is on homeowners. The flood insurance is what's supposed to cover this. We did not have flood insurance on everything in the house, on anything in the house.
So to answer your question, we virtually had to empty all of our contents on the curb and start over.
You had homeowners insurance on the contents, but you didn't have a flood clause.
We have homeowners insurance on the structure and the contents. We have flood insurance at the time only on the structure. Are you with me?
But you could have had flood insurance on the contents. You chose not to.
At the time that we purchased, and that may be due to our fault, but at the time that we purchased, we were informed by the mortgage company that that flood insurance was required. So we said, fine, that's not a problem. Give us home insurance. We flood insurance. Well, they gave it to us. And we found out later that they only had an interest in the structure, so they didn't put any on our content. We now have flood insurance on our structure and content.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Legal?
Yes, I don't, ordinarily like to cut off discussion. However, the bottom line here is my legal opinion is you really don't have the legal leeway to pay this claim. I think based on the Evans case and Oklahoma law that you really can't pay it. I mean, if the claimant certainly would have the right to hire their own attorney and go to district court and sue ODOT and sue the city, and if they wish to do so, but our legal opinion really is that you can't pay this claim, and I could have Craig address that too if necessary. I think he agrees with me.
Craig, could you come up just for a second, please?
Craig Keith at the City Attorney's Office. The issue here is causation, and the cause of their damage was a flood, an extraordinary rainfall event. Oklahoma law says that the city is not an insurer of people's property in the event of an extraordinary rainfall event, and this being a 500-year flood or in excess of a 500-year flood, there's no way that the city could have prevented this kind of damage, and they're not liable as an insurer of people's property.
Is there anyone else that have a question in reference to Mr. and Mrs. Cudjoe or the claim itself? Okay. Do we have everybody here does they have enough to vote?
Yeah, there's enough here to vote.
Okay.
Or you can leave it with the family.
We have, and this is from the same area of flooding, was Ms. Davis? Sammy T. Davis? Is she here?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll vote on all of these when we...
Yes, my name is Connie Davis. I live at 6034 North Stonewall. I represent Sammy Davis. I'm his daughter.
Okay,
I'm
Ms.
power
Davis.
attorney. We did not have flood insurance, even though I requested flood insurance when I moved into the house with my parents in '06 to take care of them. The agent at the time told me that we were no longer considered, in a flood zone. So we have exhausted our savings to put the house back together and to put whatever furniture we've gotten. And there's still 2 rooms that I need to, the garage and the sunroom and the deck still need work done in those areas. So just, I'm tired, exhausted. So, and I feel the same way as the Cudjos. Our backyard has practically been washed away. And it looked, after the flood, it looked like a beach. So there's a 3rd level. We're on 3. And the 3rd level, which is closest to the creek, there are a lot of tree beds. The roots have been, the soil has been washed away where you can't see the roots of the trees.
So, Ms. Davis, your claim is actually, the claim is Mr. Sammy Davis, is that correct?
Right. I'm his power of attorney. I also live in the home with him. So.
Is there any questions of Ms. Davis? And you had no,
We
didn't
had no
have
flood
insurance?
insurance, no.
Okay. Well, based on the information that we have been advised from all of our legal staff, pursuant to what the state law is as it relates to the obligation of the City of Oklahoma City, we've already been advised that we as the council have to comply with what the law is as it relates to our duty. And to both of you, as been previously stated to you, you have the other recourses, of course, to exercise in other forms and jurisdictions in reference to your continued issues of this. But I think that, from our position, and I know from my position, that I have went as far as they will allow in reference to trying to find out the information, the evaluation of the area, to try to get all the facts that we could to make a just and proper decision as it relates to this. And one of the things that we have to be mindful of is that, as trustees of the citizens' money and the taxpayers, we're duty-bound to comply with the law. And I know that doesn't sound good to anyone that may think that we are or should pay, but it is, what it is, and that's what we have to do. And so with that, it is, from the legal recommendation based upon the law, based upon all the information that they have been able to ascertain as it relates to these claims, there's nothing else that we can do but make that decision in reference to the denial.
Okay.
Is it a motion? Claims are denied. Do we have executive session? It's not executive session. Claims recommended for approval. Let's vote on those. I don't think the claims recommended for approval. Is anyone here that would like to speak in the claims for approval on 9A? executive session on this? No. 9A2, we don't need executive session. And items from council, 10A has been deferred. Is that right, Councilman Ryan? And we have a resolution. This is Councilman Shadid. It's 10B, resolution providing that all listed street projects within Proposition 1 of 207 General Obligation Bond containing streets with a daily vehicular count of less than 4,000 vehicles be placed at the end of the bond program. Councilman Shadid.
It's getting late and everybody's tired, so I'll just take about 45 minutes or so.
Go back to we got peanuts now.
No, we got this draws on a lot of the same discussion we had before, and it basically has to do with the 2007 bond. We went to the voters and we asked for $500 million to address roads, so $497 million. Now, $170 million of that, or $169 million, is for street widening projects. And if you analyze, there's 48 different street widening projects, and they're a mile long. Each one's a mile long. They cost somewhere around $3.5 million. Some are more expensive, some are less. If you plot them out as to where they are, basically, other than a little connection between Northwest Expressway and Classen, there's nothing in Ward 2, and there's nothing in Ward 6. Very little in Ward 5 either. The core of the city is not involved. So we took $170 million. That's more than any MAPS 3 project except for the convention center, and we're spending it widening roads. And so we plot these out. It's basically forms a circle around the perimeter of the city. So this resolution is basically an attempt to begin to formalize our implementation schedule for that $800 million. And specifically, how of the $500 million that we're going to spend on roads, we've pointed out that in all our surveys, the citizens are most concerned about roads. So how do we spend that $497 million, and in what order? Some of these, it's clear because we're now utilizing our rainy day fund to do street resurfacing projects. There's clearly needs. My concern is that some of these roads in which we're spending tens and tens of millions of dollars do not have the vehicle per day count that much public works literature would support for widening. Generally, many people would believe that you need to have about 10,000 vehicles per day on a road to justify widening from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. But many of these roads, about a fourth of them actually, about 12 out of the 48, have vehicle per day counts less than 4,000 cars per day on them. So other than maybe one point during the day, there really is no congestion. They don't have potholes. They don't need to be resurfaced. So where are they in the implementation schedule? Would something with a vehicle per day count, for example, of 1,500 cars a day be done before, say, 164th that might have 12 to 15,000 cars per day? It's an attempt to begin to formalize the implementation schedule. Can you show the next slide? This is one that, for example, doesn't have the vehicle per day count that we're talking about. There's really nobody that lives. If you look on the north side of this road, nobody lives there. So you certainly don't have the property tax money to pay for this. So it's property taxpayers that live elsewhere in the city that are basically subsidizing this. So if it's a subsidized project, would that go at the front of the implementation schedule, or would it go at the end? I would argue that that we wait to the end. There's also a mountain of evidence in the public works literature that widening does not necessarily relieve congestion. In fact, it encourages people to go to that area, so it delays congestion. You address the congestion center problem for a little bit, but then more cars come that way, and it just invites congestion. So 10 years down the road, you've got just as much as you had before. Go back. Can you go backwards? Look at where we've got many of these that have the low vehicle per day counts concentrated. They're on this corridor between what ODOT is going to turn into a highway, which is the Lake Hefner Parkway. They're going to, that Portland, they're going to turn into a highway. And so some of these roads are called Edmond Road, that's 178th, or Danforth Road, it's 192nd. We're basically creating a conduit to Edmond, and Pat has raised concerns in the past about transit, about rail extending from Edmond to Moore to Norman, that you would facilitate citizens going out to Edmond. I think that's what we're doing here. With very low vehicle per day counts, we're creating a corridor where Edmond residents are able to get to this highway system faster, without any Oklahoma City taxpayers there to pay for it. So it's Oklahoma City taxpayers elsewhere in the city that are paying for it. Can you go forward? Okay, this is halfway through one such street. Nobody lives there. Now this is a street in my ward. Now is going to be Skip's ward on 109th and Lee. This is a residential street where people do live on both sides of the street. The street's one lane wide, with a drainage ditch on the side, so you can't walk. I mean, and this goes back to what we need in Ward 2. The people the 2007 bond has been voted on, so those projects need to be implemented. But I would argue that you implement them at the end. When we consider our next bond, I hope that the voters really study what the $500 million is going for, and do we spend tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars on street widening on streets that very few people drive on, when the core of our city, when our established neighborhoods have streets that desperately need attention, but we don't have the money to do it because we've committed $500 million elsewhere. And now we've got to dip into a rainy day fund because we've committed so much money to this kind of expansion. I would argue that the fiscally conservative approach, besides not dipping into the rainy day fund, which I don't believe is fiscally conservative, but the fiscally conservative approach is make sure that you can take care of your roads that you've got first before you start building and expanding others. Thank you.
Your Honor, with an apology to Councilman Shadid, I don't oppose every idea you had. I'm sure in the next 4 years you'll come up with a good one. In this particular instance, I've got some difficulties with this proposal, and I want to go through them. I'll do it quickly. Less than 45 minutes, I assure you. First of all, I think we're on the verge of crossing the line between being a policy-making board and managing committee. We have hired professionals in the Public Works Department to devise schedules based on legitimate engineering considerations. If we think they're wrong, we ought to fire them and get a new group rather than try to supervise their work. Secondly, the traffic count, vehicles per day, is an important part of their consideration on deciding which roads to do. It's not the only factor, though. There's condition of pavement that's important. There's how these particular road segments fit in an overall plan. It gives them the flexibility to not have roads out of service at the same time that would adversely impact the citizens out there. There's traffic signals that may or may not be included here that will be helpful, not in these particular stretch of roads, but perhaps intersections with other roads. Whatever we do, we're going to increase the cost. As you pointed out in your slides, and I was very glad you had those slides, there's nothing out there now, but there will be. Just as sure as I sit here, there will be development along those roads. And the more development we have, when we decide to construct this road, the higher the cost will be. We'll have to adjust for intersections of driveways from commercial institutions, intersecting roads from residential development. We'll have to keep the road open both ways during the course of construction, which increases the cost. And so for those reasons, I think this is an interesting idea, and I encourage you to continue to bring these interesting ideas forward. But I think it just doesn't make sense, given a look at the broader picture that goes beyond just vehicle count. And for that reason, I just don't think I can support it.
Councilman Greenwald.
Your Honor, Councilman Shadid, I agree with Pat about your idea is very interesting, and I appreciate that. There's just, I know of one instance in Ward 5 that this would impact, and it's the Southwestern project, and that project has been on the books, not a city project, but it's been on the books to widen since 1988, and for a variety of reasons that just keeps being pushed further and further away. And I appreciate Dennis Clowers and the staff's efforts to get additional funding from the federal government, as well as working with Cleveland County now to finally bring that, hopefully, in place. So to vote for this would possibly push that project back, and I could probably guarantee you that there'd be a recall for my election if I voted for that within a day of allowing that to go forward. So I have to vote against this just because of that one project. And just like Pat said, 20 years ago, Western Avenue used to be driven, I used to use it quite a bit, but it continues to deteriorate. And now at 149th and Western, you'll have delays because of no traffic light, and the traffic backs up well over a half a mile. That's why there's not the traffic count. Once we get Western widened to 4-lane and we get the traffic light in, particularly at 149th Street, I anticipate the usage on that street to exceed 15,000 vehicles a day. And then the only other point, and I may be speaking out of tune, it's really Councilman McAtee's ward, but the project along Portland Avenue, I believe, on the east side of the airport, I think that's going to be critical to opening up the eastern side of the airport for development. And we're really looking forward to opening up the property along the west side of I-44 in conjunction with efforts to improve I-240 all the way over to Pete's Ward with Crossroads and other areas. So to push that off, I think would hurt the efforts that are in place now to really look upon that as just a untapped, tremendous resource as far as development, and I really think that's going to bring in additional revenue through the retail development especially, and I wish it could start tomorrow, quite honestly. So anyway, for those reasons, I couldn't support that. Thank you.
Councilman White.
I'd be surprised if Western doesn't qualify. Western has a traffic count of less than 4,000 cars a day?
The project is 3 miles long, and yes, the center mile is a little bit less than 4,000 cars a day right now.
Yeah, but the rest of it is already over 4,000, right?
Yes. Yeah, the other 2 miles are well over that.
I mean, I think what we're looking at is whether or not we're going to continue to subsidize the growth or whether we're going to take care of what we got. It's that simple. We're going to build roads out in the country, and we're going to build nice roads like we did in Ward 5 years ago, and that's why we have all that development there. If that's what we want to do as a policy, then that's what we ought to be doing. If we want to look at taking a new direction, then we ought to look at taking a new direction. You hear conversations all the time about our inability to provide fire services or police services or street maintenance or animal control or all these different services that the city's expected to provide as you get out into remote areas. And so I think that's really the question. Are we going to go ahead and subsidize development, which that's what we're doing when you pave a road that doesn't have any people living on either side of it, that's 20 miles from downtown, you're subsidizing development.
If that's what we want to continue to do, then that's what we ought to do. But we don't need to be looking at it any other way. It seems to me that's the only way to look at it. Most of the roads, like I suspect Western, if you looked at Western, looked at that whole 3-mile strip, it's got a traffic count well over 4,000, I would imagine. But it's in an area that's already developed. There's very, very little raw land on either side of that.
Councilman White, but I think you're making the point, and I agree with Councilman Shadid's. I think it's a good effort, and the examples he's brought forth really need to be addressed, especially that one that was in the Vice Mayor's area. Now it's in Councilman Shadid. That certainly needs some attention, it looks like. But when we make a specific limitation solely on vehicle count, Western would be pushed back. And so what I'm suggesting is that we look at some other means to address those concerns. I'm not saying they're not important. I agree with it, but this approach, I think, creates problems, especially with the 2 examples I gave, Western Avenue and then the Portland Avenue. Portland would be used, one, it's in very poor conditions, and you don't know how far it'll go, actually. But once they do open it up and the airport trust allows development to begin on the eastern side of the airport, that area is just going to take off. And we would really be harming ourselves to limit the development, as well as on Western Avenue. Commercial development is just biting at the bit to get in there once the street is widened. So I think we need to look at it. I'm not suggesting that we don't look at it. I'm just saying this definition that we have in place creates problems already, and so I couldn't support it.
Well, I think what we need to do then is we need to modify our responses to when our constituents call and complain about roads being resurfaced and the quality of the roads, inner city roads, and say, well, we decided we'd build a road at 179th and May. We decided not to fix your road in town. We decided not to do that. We decided to build one on 179th and May. Now, if that's what we want to do, that's okay. But I think we're sugarcoating what we're doing by saying, oh, this is by all these other ideas, because I don't think they're legitimate.
Pete's got it.
We are subsidizing development.
You've got an excellent point, Pete. But that decision ought to be made around this horseshoe as a conscious decision whether we're going to have development or not. Not pick away at individual projects.
I agree.
That's not the way to address the problem. We need to sit down and decide what obligation did we take on when we annexed all this territory. We have one of the largest cities in the country in terms of area, 621 square miles.
I'll tell you what obligation we took on, Pat, in my ward. None.
Okay.
We don't build roads. We don't bring fire stations. We don't do anything. In certain areas where we annexed it, we built 4-lane roads by wheat fields.
Because there's people there.
So the people that live in far southeast Oklahoma City say, well, what's your obligation to us? And we say, well, we're obligation to use nothing. You live out here in the country, that's nothing. We're going to keep this 5 acres, which is okay with me. That's the situation I moved into. But the idea that we will pick certain areas and say this is where we're going to concentrate on, and we're going to pave roads past wheat fields in order to subsidize development in this area, as opposed to doing nothing in other areas, to me makes no sense. This makes no sense. And I think this is the kind of conversation we need to be having about it.
But let me ask you a question.
Let's have the conversation, Councilman White. Let Councilman Ryan finish his statement, and then I'll come back.
He interrupted me.
I know I did, and I apologize for that. But somebody has to interrupt you periodically.
I understand. And I understand that completely.
Councilman Ryan.
I usually try to stop that.
I know, and you've been doing a good job. I'm slipping backwards, though. The only thing I would say is that the city is responding to some extent to build roads where the people are. Now, they went to North Oklahoma City, they went to Southwest Oklahoma City because of the quality of the schools. They could go to Moore School District, they could go to Yukon, they could go to Piedmont. In Northwest, they went to Deer Creek, they went to Edmond, they went to Piedmont schools. That's why those people...
They went to South, Pat. More schools are south. More schools are also southeast.
Well...
But it's not just schools.
But the people didn't want to live southeast. For whatever reason, they chose to live south. And David
I say we didn't build any roads out there. We didn't bring any services out there.
Before the roads were built, wasn't there a push? I'm speaking of Ward 8 primarily right now.
Right.
The push came in Ward 8 after the people moved out there. We're building roads primarily in Ward 8 to serve existing developments that were developed alongside of two-lane county roads. And that people moved out there because of the schools.
Right.
Not because we encouraged them to do it, not because the city had a policy to populate Ward 8 and strip Ward 4 with its people.
Councilman McAtee.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wasn't going to say anything, but David kind of led into it, so I think if you would look at the particular chart that's before you right now, you would see down by I-44 a blue line down there for Portland Avenue. Portland Avenue is to the airport what Harvey is to the downtown redevelopment called the Harvey Spine, which is the center point of our downtown development going from the New Devon Tower all the way to the river. Portland is the spine for the development of the east side development of Will Rogers Airport, which we as a city have commissioned as what we want to do as far as economic development. We already have Air Rink out there with 2 large hangars and plans to build a 3rd. We have a fixed-based operator called Atlantic out there on the east side. We've had a consultant spent thousands of dollars developing a plan to make the east side of our airport a vibrant economic engine for our area. And the whole thrust of that, and Dennis is here, he could speak to that, the relocation and doing Portland Avenue over is the heartbeat that will allow that to go on. So that's why you see Portland Avenue there. Between, on the west side of the airport, is two very well-kept secrets in Oklahoma City. One of those secrets is the FAA, which is one of the largest employers in Oklahoma City, and that stretch of road right there was all required to be done in the future because of 9/11 when MacArthur Boulevard was shut down through FAA, a way to get the over 5,000 workers, I think it's as many as 6,500 actually, workers a day to and from FAA so they would stay a happy employer. So you see things like that there. What you don't see on this particular map are the 5, what I'll call inner Ward City, Ward 3 neighborhoods who are having all of their streets resurfaced, sidewalks put on one side of the street if they so desire. Those are all in what is looking at that area where you don't see any streets. When the 2007 bond program was put together, we knew how much money we had, roughly $500 million for roads, and each council worked with Public Works to come up with a list of those projects that they thought would be the most beneficial to their particular area. And I don't know about Pat's Ward, I'm sure there are some neighborhood streets also that have been done. There was a balance in Ward 3 between what I'll call existing neighborhoods and these other projects like servicing Portland and Will Rogers Airport for the FAA. And so it was a balanced, conscious effort. And that same dialogue I would support would go forward when we have our next bond issue. But these issues were addressed, and there's reason on the map, at least in Ward 3, for every one of those blue lines that you see there. Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe I could just make a very small comment, because Ward 6 obviously doesn't have a single blue line in it. But anybody that has driven downtown recently knows that every single street is torn up and is being rebuilt, and some of them widened, and some of them even made smaller, and we're shrinking down some of the giant roads. But Ward 6 has a tremendous amount of work going on in it, outside of what this looks like.
Councilman Morris, did you have? Come on.
Here you hear my belly growling well with this microphone. Well, just a few quick things. The 2007 bond projects, the listed projects, have to get done. We don't have any choice. The voters voted on them. We need to get them done. As far as what order they're in, every year when Public Works is getting ready, when the city finance is getting ready to sell bonds, they come forward with a list of what projects they propose to be done with the amount of bonds that are going to be sold. If there's something on the list that you don't like for traffic count or whatever it may be, that's the time to discuss that project being moved up and something else being moved on up at that point in time. So I'm not sure a blanket resolution for the remainder of the 07 bond is needed. As far as the future bond issues or future positions of this council and what we want to do, then that is a discussion we need to have. But don't discount that even though you don't want to widen arterial streets or section line roads, doesn't mean you're not going to have to repave them at some point in time. So you're going to have to spend money on them at some, one way or the other. So, but I think that's a discussion for, and maybe, I don't know if it would be appropriate in the OKC plan to come forward or something, I don't know. But the discussion about where do we move from here on certainly needs to happen, and I don't have an argument with any position that anybody's made up here. But the 2007 bonds, we do have a chance each year to look at which projects we do, and I think that's the time to determine whether you're going to do them or not do just a blanket resolution for all the remainder of the project. So I'm going to vote against this resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Mars. You just took some words out of my mouth, and that is, I think every one of you have made some very profound comments that deserve evaluation in the future. And I think that this is a subject that we may have to, or we may need to, continue to study. And if it's in the form of a workshop, or if it's in combination with the OKC Plan Committee, I think it's some very good points have been brought out. I think there's some issues that citizens see totally different than maybe what we see as far as the count number of what's taken into consideration when you're talking about these type of projects. So, it's been well received, Councilman Shadid, in reference to your resolution, and I think we're ready to address this issue with a motion. Or was it committee? Francis? Do we have to vote on this?
Was there a motion?
No, there hasn't been a motion, but we just started our conversation. So.
Does he want to withdraw?
But can I just say one? Just
Council.
Obviously, I want this to pass. If it's 7-1, the fact that we're having this discussion is a victory in my mind. That's the goal, is to get this discussion going. I love the idea of a workshop. Public, I don't think, understands the outline of this in the 2007 bond. And so primary goal in the future is maximize the public's understanding of exactly what's going into these bonds, and that this is not just street, but this is policy. This is development. This is urban planning. This is urban design, as Pete was alluding to. Nothing less is at stake than the future development of the city. It's not just street, it's urban planning. And I'm very concerned that we are taking off, even though if you look at each one of them individually, you can make an argument why it's important. But I'm very concerned that we're biting off more than we can chew for the taxpayer.
So are you withdrawing your motion, your resolution? Okay, that's what I thought you said if it's 7-1, you was without it. Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a motion? What?
Are you voting no or yes?
No.
Okay. Look at the board. The motion failed.
7-1.
The motion was to adopt the resolution. Yes. Okay. And it wasn't as we did previously, not withdrawn. Vote. Yes. Okay. And so the voting was, I voted properly. I voted against it. Well, sometimes I have a little trouble
Who's voting? Pete, did you
We already voted.
It failed.
Yeah, the motion failed with
7-1.
1 yes vote and 7 no votes.
So where are we at now? So now is the presentation.
Did Pete vote wrong?
Pete, did you vote wrong?
You're okay?
You all right? Okay. So where are we at now?
Now we're on, if you want to go around the horseshoe.
Items from council, Councilman Morris, Councilman Shadid, Councilman McAtee, Councilman White.
One quick comment. First day that 25th Street is in Ward 4. They're having the Festival of the Americas there on Saturday. Really neat thing, good family opportunity, lasts all day. Everybody come down and enjoy.
Councilman Greenwell.
Your Honor, thank you. Given the time, I'll just postpone until next week. Thank you.
Councilman Say. Councilman Ryan.
Thank you for the time. I just wanted to comment on Red Bug. Ironman contest we had.
Okay.
Redman.
Triathlon.
And I think it was very successful. I did have some calls regarding traffic. I did some investigation. I found that traffic issues were exacerbated by traffic lights that were out of operation. Same like street construction. And so I'd like to assure people that there was a real attempt made to minimize the impact of focus on the festival, contest, and that events that occurred sometimes beyond the control.
And I would like to, from the mayor's seat, acknowledge and express our deepest sympathy to the family of Mark Carlton, who was a 23-year employee with the city of Oklahoma City and had just recently been elevated to the MAPS program manager over this past weekend. And so I know this is a very difficult time for his children and his wife and for all the friends and co-workers that he has made since he's been here with the city of Oklahoma City. So let's keep his family in our prayers. Mark Carlton was with the city of Oklahoma City for 23 years.
I'm real curious where we're headed with this. We've got 10 minutes before the trust meeting, and 3 of us sit on the River Trust, and I don't want to rush through this ambulance report. So where are we headed with this?
The Riverfront Trust meeting will be delayed until after the conclusion of council.
Well, then what happens to the 2 o'clock fire station opening?
It will be delayed until the conclusion of the Riverfront Trust meeting.
Really?
The water trust meeting?
Bricktown Fire Station is 2 o'clock.
You've got to speak at it, don't you, Skip?
Yes, sir. And they've already held it up because of you once before.
Well, Councilman, the only other alternative was to recess the meeting and reconvene at 4 o'clock, and there was some opposition to that proposal.
Well, I know the downtown housing study flew somebody in for that report. And Steve, I don't want to discount that Steve drives down from Tulsa, but...
The ambulance report is also presented by an out-of-town consultant.
Oh.
Certainly, we can move these to another agenda. We will have to bring the consultants back. The ambulance study, I know, is time-sensitive because of the window of opportunity.
Well, I don't want to say what the other council people are going to do, but we're running short on time, and I don't know. I'll have to start divvying up which one I'm going to go to. You know, if you're not going to do River Trust till this one goes, you won't get to River Trust till time for the fire station opening, probably. So you'll end up putting the River Trust short of a quorum, possibly. I don't know.
Councilman Mars, I clearly understand your sentiments and your concern, and I think there's several of us who are obligated to be other places, either because of the trust appointments.
Without the three of us? Okay.
Councilman McAtee.
I will, and Ed was talking, Dr. Shiddy was talking about urban planning. I got to hear yesterday the downtown housing study, and it is a very profound study and one that really, I think, merits the full attention of the council. So I just throw that out as far as its importance as we go along, that one really has some significant meat in it that we need to digest.
What?
We have 3 citizens to be heard.
So,
Ask them what's the pleasure.
could I poll the council here on these two issues? We could continue these to another docket on both of them. I think the sensitivity of the fire and IMSA, and of course I'm not going to put one over the other. I think both of these are very important issues for the city of Oklahoma City as it relates to policy. And I don't know exactly how much time they need to present and how much dialogue will come from the council. And so I think we'd be, projecting something that we're not sure of in reference to time. And we still have 3 citizens to be heard. And if it's the pleasure of the council, I'm in support of continue these to another agenda. Bring the consultants back, of course, and have a full adequate time to address the issues in their presentation.
I would second Councilman McAtee's housing study as really policy. The council needs to pay attention. I would hate for the presenter to be rushed and shortchange us in the full presentation. That's, I think, we really need that. And we're going to have to make some policy decisions. I would like to have it in a situation where we don't go right. If the consultant comes back and schedules at the end, I think
Your Honor, if the council did choose to reconvene at, say, 4 p.m. this afternoon, I would be agreeable to that if that would give us a sufficient time. But also, I don't mind postponing it till next week, so I'll just see what the mood of the council is.
It looks like River Trust is moving on into another conference room, so River Trust is going to go on. They have a quorum without the 3 council people, so unless you just wanted to be there for a specific reason.
I'm sorry, and Your Honor, I have a 1:30 appointment that I cannot cancel today, so I...
Councilman Mars, your concern in reference to just passing both of these issues to...
I don't mind coming back after the station opening, and I don't mind deferring the 2 programs to another meeting, either one.
Councilman Shadid.
Same here. I could do either one. I would add, is it possible if we do it next week that we can hear those 2 at the beginning of the meeting so they're not waiting through and we take no risk that this would happen again?
I'm sure that can happen, yes. Would someone make a motion that we continue this to...
Let's ask the consultant if he can come back next week.
Where's the consultant at?
Is the housing consultant in the room? Yes. Are you available to return next week?
Or whatever week that you can come back.
I don't think next week would work.
In 2 weeks?
That's more possible.
Right.
And the ambulance consultant, PFM?
Not available next week, but should be
2 weeks? Okay.
October 11th.
October the 11th? Okay. We'll make a motion to...
What does that do to the window of opportunity? We'll be fine. We're okay. We'll be fine.
So ask Greenwell to make a motion to... Can you make a motion?
Well, okay. Well, what's the preference, though? Till 2 weeks or later
October
today?
the 11th. October the 11th.
Who all could come back at 4 o'clock?
I can't come back at 4 o'clock, no. It's just not, yeah, I just think that's just, no. You got the grand opening at 3 o'clock, at 2 o'clock.
These are paid consultants that live. Let's come back.
I could do that. I could come back at 4.
Let's recess too. That's true. But that means they have to
You have
spend
to ask each
another
one of the
night.
council members, can we come back to tomorrow? All right. Is anybody in favor of recessing until tomorrow morning? On the issue of both the presentations?
Again, can consultants stay here overnight? They have plane reservations, they have commitments. We can't decide tonight.
We're going to poll the consultants on whether or not they're available in the morning, tomorrow morning.
Housing study, can you spend the night?
Yes.
Well, that's EMSA. That's ambulance study.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Housing study.
Housing?
I don't know without adjusting my travel schedule due to flight out tonight.
How about 2 weeks? What's wrong with 2 weeks?
What's wrong with, anybody want to recess to 4 o'clock?
I will make the motion to see what kind of support we get to recess until 4 o'clock.
All right.
Okay, make the motion that
We have enough as make here.
We have 5.
All right, so this motion has been second to recess on the presentation of the FAR and IMSA financial estimates and the presentation of the downtown housing study till 4 o'clock this afternoon. I hope neither one of you have a plane to catch at 3 o'clock. Beg your pardon?
Then we need to come to you.
There is the alternative of hearing the ambulance study at 4 o'clock and then having the housing study come back in 2 weeks, if that would suit
Can we do the housing
council.
study now? How in-depth is how long is the housing study?
Prepared a 15-minute presentation, but the discussion and Q&A is kind of up to you.
Let's do it.
Did you say 15 minutes?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's do that. Let's do
Before we
it.
say yes, yesterday when we ordered it at the Economic Development Trust, it was closer to 45 minutes by the time we got some questions, because there's some very provocative statements. So I think to rush it through is a mistake. I think it's too serious an item just to jam in. I think if I would be much more comfortable waiting 2 weeks and giving these people adequate time to make their presentation for questions and answers, because I do think, particularly in the housing study, and I'm sure the same thing's true in the EMSA study, that there are some thought-provoking ideas in there. There are some things that are a question. We ought to have time to get clear answers on those. So I really object to the idea of rushing it in, working it in. Let's put it off for 2 weeks. There's no time constraint on the housing study unless this consultant coming back. And the EMSA is the same way. We've got the whole month of October, so I understand, to make that decision. We will have time to hear it, to ask questions, to make sure that we understand all these questions.
We have a motion. It's been second to continue both of these reports, presentations until October the 11th. Ready to vote? And it passes to continue both of these presentations till October the 11th. We sincerely apologize to both of you, and of course I think you can see the work that's been done here today, and unfortunately time just wasn't on our side, and we still have much more work to do. So we appreciate your understanding of our situation, and we hope to see you back here on October the 11th. And in all fairness and all justice to everyone. I think that would be better, as Councilman Ron has stated in reference to your work and the presentation that you have to give to the city of Oklahoma City. And now we, claims and payroll, is it? The claims and payroll, Laura, is that it?
There's nothing on claims, it's just routine claims and payrolls. And then the jail state cost recovery program is, the report is in your packet. We have not planned a presentation for today, but if you have any questions, certainly we'd be happy to get the answers to those.
Okay. The citizens to be heard. Steve Kerr. Is it Kern?
I'm Steve Kern, pastor of Olivet Baptist Church, and Pastor Randy Faulkner is asked to make a quick introduction.
I was honored to be asked to do the invocation this morning, and when I heard that Dr. Kern was here, and when I heard what his issue was, I was strongly tempted to include an outhouse in my prayer, but I chose not to do that because I didn't know how to do that. But I would like to tell you a little story. For 14 years, the people of our church have been partnering with the people of Olivet Baptist Church at 10th and Klein. I'm the pastor of a strong suburban church in an affluent community. We have lots of resources, and we are partnering with his congregation in order to reach the inner city, the people that he's been serving now for 15 years. And for 14 years, we've been helping them with a number of different initiatives, collaborating in helping children. We pay the salary of one of his church staff members, and she is their children's ministry director. They have summer day camps all summer long. They have many other ministries serving the most needy people in our community. We're really proud of that affiliation. And whatever it is he's going to be asking you for, I'm all for it, because he is in the business of seeing lives changed. And they're doing a transforming work in a very difficult area, high crime, as you well know. And tonight I'll be down there at Olivet Baptist Church tutoring a schoolboy who goes to school at Eugene Field Elementary School. It's a great privilege for the people of our church to partner with the people of Olivet Baptist in their ministries.
Thank you, Randy. I want to thank each of you for your service to our city. Oklahoma City is a great place to live, due in large part to your leadership, and I want to thank you for it. I mean that sincerely. And I'm privileged to serve as pastor of Olivet Baptist Church that has been on the corner of Northwest 10th and Klein for 100 years, providing ministry and services free of charge to our community and those in need. Recently, we committed to meet a specific need to the homeless, local business, and our immediate neighborhood. This is a local sanitation and human dignity issue. I want to explain to you the situation. For many years, there's been a group of homeless people and folks that are some have mental issues and things that have been congregating under trees across the street from our church. And for a long period of time there, we have allowed them to use our facilities for restrooms and drinks and things like that, getting water and that kind of a thing. But it got to the point where we could no longer do that because of the way that it was hard to police. And so we had to quit doing that. And so we also have a house across the street where we provide clothing for the homeless. And for a while we allowed them to use our facilities there, but then that was no longer possible. So I was inspired to establish a new ministry where we put a portable toilet out underneath the trees where these people were congregating. The reason why I did that was because those same people were coming across the street to our church. We have an alley there, there's an alleyway, and they were relieving themselves in that alleyway across the street from the church, or on our church property. Also, when it came time for us to open our closing closet, we would have to wash off the front porch in order to be able to get rid of the stench in order to have the people come. So we decided that we would meet the need. The need was they needed a place to relieve themselves, and so we provided this opportunity. Well, when we put it out there, we received a notice saying that we were in violation to a code, so I asked the person, where can I put it? They said, you'd have to put it on your property. So I moved it, and we put it on the property, and about 2 weeks later, I got another notice saying that we would have to move it again onto our property that has been developed. And so we moved the porta potty to a place where it would be fairly out of sight. I've got pictures here of where we moved it. Here's 3 pictures.
Pastor Karen, in the interest of time, so
I'm almost through.
In the interest of time, can you get to...
Yes. So the problem is that they told me I had to get a building permit. I went to get a building permit. The permit people said, well, what you have to do is you have to apply for a permit where you're building on that property in order to be able to have this KimCan there. So I talked to some folks in the city, and they looked up the basic chapter and section that we're supposed to be in violation of, and they said that there was the 4200, chapter 4200, section 1. And yet, when they looked at that, they said that really doesn't apply to our situation. So what I'm asking is this. I would like to request an immediate exemption to the building permit regulation that would allow us to continue this important service to the homeless and also to the community there, where these people go in the alleys and things and relieve themselves. It's a huge problem, and we feel like that all we're trying to do here is to meet a need. And I think the church has agreed to pay for it. We're not asking for finances or anything. All we're asking is to be able to have a permit so that we can keep the KimCan there in order to continue to meet this, I think, important need.
Well, Pastor, if you would continue to try to have a dialogue with staff in reference to this and see if something can be resolved. And thank you so much for your presentation, and we now know what the issue is.
Sir, I don't understand.
I think we know what the issue is. If you would continue to work with staff to see if this matter can be resolved.
I've been working with staff. That's why I'm here.
Okay. Well, and we've heard you.
I've taken it and had it removed.
Okay.
And so now the need is still there. I'm needing to be able to overcome the permit situation in order to put the KimCan back where we had it in order to be able to continue to meet the need.
Pastor, could you explain why you were unable to allow these folks to either use their facilities inside your church or...
Well, when you start having these people coming in and using the bathroom and then going all over the church, I can't have my secretary's staff trying to keep up with all these people coming and going.
One word, security.
Security, yeah.
But why would that be any different if you have a KimCan outside and you continue to have a situation that the neighbors are extremely concerned about?
Well, the thing that people need to understand is that those people have always been there. The KimCan is not the reason why they're there. I've taken the KimCan away, and they're still there. The KimCan doesn't change anything. All the KimCan does is provide an opportunity for people to have some dignity and relieve themselves in a KimCan rather than doing it on our property.
Could we not perhaps help direct, within very close proximity to your church is a beautiful new campus called Westtown that was built and designed to help serve this population.
Yes, and I've told them that, and they don't want to go there. And so the fact of the matter is, they know it's there. I've been to them. I helped in the process of developing that thing. But the point is the people are still there, and there's the need. We're not being realistic, is what I'm trying to say.
Pastor, if I'm going to let you have allow Mr. Kenny Jordan, our legal municipal counsel, to make a statement in reference to this, and then we'll be through with that so we can move on to 2 other matters.
Yes, the city council could not grant you an exception today, number one. Number two, it's a matter of the city code, and this is the first I've heard of this problem. Bob, have you dealt with anyone on this from our office?
Well, those types of facilities are intended to be temporary. The zoning code really doesn't speak to those. We talked to Dan from it, and there's not a real, I'm not sure what section of the code they would vary to allow them to have a temporary use on that side.
Right, and it might be possible for you to build a kind of an ancillary building out there that had a potty in it, but I think you would actually have to build a building with real plumbing in it.
Right, that was our recommendation, but if they're providing this as a service, they need to meet the code.
Okay.
Well, I know that...
Thank you, Pastor Kern, but we have to move, and we've heard your concerns, and that's the best that we can give you right now. So we have 2 other individuals that we have to address.
Thank you very much.
And then thank you, sir. Ms. Paula Yokel. Would you please state your full name and address? And in the interest of time and in fairness, because we have 1 other citizen, we're going to try to stick to the 3-minute allotted time for citizens to be heard. Okay.
You bet.
Thank you.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paula Yockel. I'm at 10929 East Hefner Road. I know I stand between you and lunch, and that is not an enviable position. So hang in there with me just a few minutes. I know I saw you passing out crackers. I was going to raise my hand. I want to try to get right to this, but what I don't want to do is short-circuit a very important topic that I need help on. I am on East Hefner Road. I have 2 pages of prepared remarks. I'm going to try to not look at them and just get right to it with you. I'm on East Hefner Road, a few miles east of Councilman Kelly, and thank you so much for returning my call so quickly last week. I greatly appreciate that. We have a situation where we have a lot of bicycle traffic and a lot of motorist traffic. We are on 2-lane county roads. Just a few weeks ago, at the end of August, I had to put my car in a ditch to avoid a head-on collision with my 2-year-old son in the car with me, as somebody was passing 2 cyclists on a hill, met me right at the top of the hill. Thank goodness I wasn't distracted by changing the radio, or I don't look at my cell phone in the car, but had I been distracted, I might not be here today. So that brought me to call. I just started calling. Once I got to my destination, I reached Stuart Chai, who I have to compliment as being so inviting to my remarks and concerns. He invited me to address the Traffic and Transportation Commission, which I did last week, to express my concerns about how unsafe the conditions are when the bicyclists and the motorists either don't know how to share the road, or the road conditions don't allow for proper sharing of the road. There's not adequate enforcement of the laws that we do have. And by the way, I think the law we have on the books right now for riding 2 abreast is inadequate. I have spent some time with Randy Entz, who also I have to applaud for listening to my concerns. I've offered 12 suggestions on how to start making some immediate improvements to our situation and 11 of them are low cost and quick turnaround, because I do understand your budget situation, although listening today has given me much more information and made me a little bit more educated today on how traffic counts work, that sort of thing. I'm going to use that as I continue to follow up on this. Our situation is easy. We have 2-lane roads that are poorly maintained. Vegetation management does not exist. We have ragweed and Johnson grass taller than me that's growing in, impeding the lanes. We have cyclists running stop signs. We have motorists running stop signs. I have 2 abreast cyclists who cannot safely ride to the right of the road because their roads are in such pitiful condition. So you can see, and I've got a lot of Class A traffic on East Hefner and the neighboring roads, because we've got sand quarries, we've got the water treatment plants, we've got farmland. So you've got a lot of vehicles going high speeds. We have stop signs at every other mile. You can see what happens with that equation. It's not safe. It's very hilly with short distance viewing. When I was going to address the Traffic and Transportation Commission, I thought I need to go talk to other folks, see if I am either alone in how I feel or if others have had similar concerns and circumstances. So I got out and I hit the pavement. And I talked to just under 50 people, and in 3 days, that's quite a bit. And I got a petition signed of anybody who wanted to express their concern. I thought it would be valuable so you knew others felt the same way. What they told me was shocking. Over half of them have almost hit a bicyclist. That concerned me. Those who are stopping at a stop sign have had bicyclists come around them and kick in their car if they don't think that they've been granted enough room on the roadway. Cyclists on the road have had bottles thrown at them. So my point, my husband's a cyclist. I put several hundred miles around Lake Hefner on my bike. I'm not anti-cyclist. I'm not anti-motorist. I am for safe roads. And right now, East Hefner is extremely dangerous. We already have 2 memorials of tragic cycling deaths on roads just a mile or 2 from me. I don't want to see more cyclists getting killed. I also don't want to have somebody actually have that head-on collision that I nearly had myself. Now, East Hefner is not part of what you've already approved for the use of full lane. So that's not part of that initiative. Randy has been absolutely helpful in helping me even understand how to get started on this. But I owe the folks that signed that petition an answer. I have somehow turned into this person between East Hefner residents and this issue to help communicate back and forth on it. I need your help. You've provided some real interesting information to me today, Councilman, on how the traffic prioritization and that sort of thing happens. I would say traffic count is not the only thing we consider. How many deaths are happening? What's all the traffic on those roads? How many cyclists are on those roads? Are the roads adequate for sharing? I could go on. I've already expired my 3 minutes, I'm sure. But, and I know, Councilman Kelly, you were so gracious in not only listening, but already offering to help me start taking steps. There are folks who are hostile. When I talk, they're hostile. They're not happy. They don't have a sensitivity to this. They're angry at the cyclists, and the cyclists are angry at the motorists, and I've talked to all of them.
Well, thank you, Ms. Yokel, and I have to commend you for the amount of work that you put into this in such a short period of time, and it obviously shows that this is just not a, an ad hoc, come to the council and just complain about something. So the area is well known by many of us, and I think this is an issue that prevails throughout our city as it relates to road sharing.
Yes.
And we will do whatever we can to address some of these concerns in the northeast quadrant of Oklahoma City. And it's going to take some time.
Yes.
You've already started turning the wheel by meeting with the Traffic Commission. So I commend you for taking the steps that you have, and if you could give us some time to set and evaluate some of the concerns. You wrote a very detailed letter, and it's been well received by me. And I can assure you that you'll get some information and get some responses to see what we can do to try to alleviate, to remedy some of the problems. And I think that, unfortunately, behavior is what it is, and we can't stop everybody's behavior from being rude and disrespectful to either the cyclists or to the motorists. But
we can enforce the law that's out there, and that's not happening either.
So thank you for your time, and thank you for the work that you're doing in reference to addressing the issue. And so we will definitely, you'll hear back from us.
It's a pleasure. I'll do all the work you need me to. Others have offered to do the same. We just need help.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, she's speaking not only for the people along East Hefner Road, people along West Hefner Road feel somewhat the same way. So thank you very much. It's a citywide problem, and you're bringing it to the attention of a lot of people. It's very important.
Ms. Fanny Bates.
Hello, my name is Fanny Bates. I live at 1116 Northwest 27th Street, and please stop me in 3 minutes. I'm here to talk about affirmative action. To be clear, all of this that I'm talking about happened before any of you were on the council. But Oklahoma City actively participated in racial discrimination for many, many decades. In 1916, Roscoe Dungy sued the city for refusing housing to black people and won. And there was a court order telling the city to provide adequate, to let black people buy homes. And the city council voted not to do it and continued to deny the black people the right to buy a home for generations. And that has hurt black people in Oklahoma City to this day, because one of the main ways that we get part of our wealth is from inherited homes. And a lot of black people come from families that worked just as hard as other people did and had money to buy a home, and they were refused the right to buy a home. And even in the cases where they paid a lawyer to buy them a home, they were run out of those homes, and the city did not protect them. So we are not on a level playing field yet. Now, this State Question 759 is going to do away with affirmative action. Now, all of you know we never had quotas in Oklahoma. We will never have quotas in Oklahoma. We're not talking about quotas. We're talking about an idea of trying to level the playing field for people that have not had a level playing field. And I don't even know if Oklahoma City has an affirmative action plan. But if it does, it's just an idea. It's not, nobody has ever been forced to hire somebody. But it is imperative for this city to do everything it can in terms of affirmative action in the next 15 months. Because after the next 15 months is over and 759 takes effect, you will not have that option anymore to level the playing field. Whatever it is at that point will be set in stone. 759 is, in fact, affirmative action for white people. And the way it's written is so pretty that it looks so nice that everybody, it's so confusing. They've done it in other states, and they've done the research, and it's so confusing that the people that are for it are going to vote against it, and the people that are against it are going to vote for it, and it's probably going to pass. And
Ms. Bates.
Is it up? I told you to tell me.
Well, first of all, you know, this is a legislative issue that is being addressed by the state legislature, and we don't address that issue.
No, but that's not the point. The point is you need to know that your situation is going to change in 15 months.
Well,
you're no longer going to be able to use affirmative action in 15 months. So anything you're going to do, like with the police department, because we don't have enough minority policemen. And in 15 months, you will not be able to hire minority policemen without getting sued.
Well, Ms. Bates, I don't think this is the place to address your concerns in reference to that proposed legislation.
I'm not arguing about the It's going to do what it's going to do.
The proper form is that the state legislature, the committee that's over it, or the author, which is T.W. Shannon.
Okay, you don't really, okay, thank you.
And I thank you so much.
You don't know what I'm saying.
I think we heard you. Motion to adjourn. We are